Audio check. Okay, folks, I'm finally here. I was all ready to start right on time. I was super excited about it, and then I blue screened. And that terrible thing that happens sometimes when OBS causes a blue screen, where it like resets all of your settings as well. So I had to like go back in and like re-specify my video capture folder and switch my audio from stereo back to mono and change my bitrate and log my Twitch account back in with my authenticator app and like all that stuff. Really annoying. It makes me so mad when that happens. So thank you for your patience. It's Friday. Do 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 do. Let's go ahead and get switched over. I think I'm ready. I need to clean my glasses. Let me do that really quick. Hi, Nima. Hi, sweet Poochie. Puppies got a big walk last night that they really needed, and they've been so much more settled since then. They were overdue. We had some like rainy days and some busy days, and they were just not getting their walkies as regular as they had been. Turn that music down, and let's go right over here. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Happy Friday to ya, to those who celebrate, to those who observe the Friday holiday. Yum. Draconics, welcome in. Gad, welcome in. Yeah, definitely stay safe out there if you're going out tonight, regardless of what you're doing. Absolutely. Always be on a swivel. That is definitely one of my words to live by. Always be on a swivel. You never know when like some weird thing is gonna happen that you want to be prepared for. Broken Quest. Thank you for 29 months.
Backlog 8 cool.
Much appreciation to you. How about a wheel spin at the top of the stream here? That sounds nice. Here's our Paper Mario music. Hope you're doing well today, Broken Quest. Thank you again. Shane, welcome in. You're gonna hand out candy to trick-or-treaters and then eat whatever you don't give out while watching Hocus Pocus. That sounds like a flawless plan. Enjoy Yabos, Shane. Hocus Pocus is definitely like if there was one Halloween movie that I wanted to make sure that I watched every season, that would probably be it. It's an extremely nostalgic one for me. It always manages to make me laugh. There's like so many like a lot of times when you watch a 90s movie, there's outdated stuff that like lessens the experience because you're like, oh, yikes, we did used to do that, huh? Or we did used to say that, huh? And it's just kind of like a bit of a chilling reminder of like how recently something was maybe not so good. But there's a lot of like 90s isms in Hocus Pocus that I find very innocuous and funny. Just like a lot of like tropes and like comedy tropes from the 90s, and like a couple of other little like narrative tropes and things like that felt very of the era, that are definitely outdated now but not in like a problematic way necessarily. Some of it probably is. But it's a good one. It for me it holds up. Everybody likes Booba, Shane. Don't try to convince us that you don't. Everybody likes Booba. It doesn't matter what gender you are. Everybody likes Booba. So, yes, enjoy Yabos. But it's more about enjoying how silly that word is. Because there's no boobs in that movie. Just the conversation between little baby Thora Birch and whatever that guy's name is who never did another movie. Older brother. About the word Yabos is just so funny. It's like such a like it's not really like an iconic part of the movie, but it just stands out for how bizarre it is. All right. Let's go right into the game. I don't see any reason to stall any further. So let's go ahead and do it. And since we're starting late, I can make up some time. Yesterday was a really like enjoyable stream, but not a lot happened in the video game. So there's not going to be a lot to talk about as far as a recap. We are just kind of like learning our way around this dungeon. But no story content whatsoever happened. We spent the entire stream in this dungeon. And we weren't like grinding and making level progress or anything. We were just like dying to random encounters because they're really strong and like trying to find our way around. So there was a lot of repeated stuff in the name of navigation. But we got to this point where... Oh, the controller's doing its thing. We got to the point where we got to the bottom of this tower. There's these 3 towers, and this is the northern tower. We started in the eastern tower. We solved the eastern tower, and then moved on to this northern tower. And we pretty much got the northern tower solved, but there's a boss at the bottom. So what we're gonna go do is we're gonna go all the way back down to the bottom, and I'm going to start the boss encounter, and we're going to scout the boss, and then I plan to, you know, reset or die to the boss to come back to this save that we're at right now, so that we can do some point spend. We're gonna look at all of our like skill points, tech points, ether points, balances. We're gonna look at the graph paper where I mapped out everybody's ether tree. Intruders! And kind of put together a plan for this boss. And potentially also do some grinding. I'm not really interested in grinding for levels or experience, because we literally just did that like a couple streams ago. But I do feel like we're behind the curve on like all our points balances, because we really haven't heavily invested in like new skills or tech attacks or anything like that. Like, we haven't really latched on to any like cool combinations, or we haven't laid a path towards anything specific that we're looking for. Dear God, this place is a madhouse. So I feel like I need to play a little bit of catch up, and get some people's skill levels up. Take a look at some abilities. Maybe we can learn something about this boss and work towards it. Or maybe this boss, because it's like in the middle of a dungeon, it's like really easy and we just destroy it and move on and think about this other stuff later. But I do, if not today, very eminently want to take a look at like the skills and ether stuff with every character and just kind of like commit to arbitrarily spending some points in the name of progress or perceived progress. Oh, I didn't realize that that guy went on to be on NCIS. Probably because I never watched NCIS. I always think of NCIS as being the show that was always on at work. That was like the break room show at work. That was one of like 3 different things that you could expect to see in there. It was like that, Family Feud, or like the news. Those were like the 3 things that you would always see in the break room at work. Were like the crime shows. Maybe it wasn't NCIS. Maybe sometimes it was some other like long-running crime show. I can't tell the difference between them because I don't know who the actors are.
Well, guess I'm gonna get some exercise after.
It's also weird that boy was the actor for that character in the movie. And, you know, it's kind of a bit part because he only shows up at, like, the beginning and the end. But they dubbed his voice over with someone else. So that, like, the kid was cast in the movie because he, like, looked a certain way, you know? Like, that's what they wanted the character to look like. But they didn't use his voice at all. They just dubbed in somebody else who was, like, an adult. And didn't notice it as a kid, obviously, but it's very uncanny in retrospect.
Well, guess I'm gonna get some exercise.
So there's 2 actors in Hocus Pocus for Thackeray Binks.
Intruders!
Hey, it's those people that just ran away from me. There they are! Oh, right, I have to go to the middle one to bring the elevator down. I forgot about that. Hey, you.
Poor lost souls, may you be reborn again anew.
I'm just using an escape pack whenever Shion doesn't get to go before everybody else. Because we're going to get these items back anyway, most likely, because we're going to reset. Okay. So yeah, there's this mechanism that brings the, like, circular ring platform up and down, but we can't actually use it as an elevator, despite how it might look. So from the top, we can push it to the top, and from the bottom, we can push it to the bottom to, like, complete the walkway. But initially, I thought it was going to be a thing where, like, once you went through this whole area with all the encounters and the maze of ladders one time, you would be rewarded with not having to do it again. But that is not the case.
All right.
We still have to keep doing it. Alright, let's see what this Xenosaga boss is. We're just gonna find out. Whew, you're larger than I remember. Kind of mermaid coated almost.
Or I can't lose now.
Alright, so you're a G type. Is it G for Gnosis? Probably. I do want to live long enough to use Analyze on it. Yeah, it's kind of like a... Oh, and it's in the air, so we actually can't use square attacks. So we don't really need to check that at all. That's kind of nice. I guess Junior can use square attacks. His do equal damage. Okay, let's scan this thing.
Open ether circuit.
Rhiannon SE, weakness F. Shield armor and boost pack. Okay. 5,600 HP. That's really not that bad. 20,000 experience points. Holy crap. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure F means fire as a weakness. Maybe we can just scout some of its attacks here a little bit. Okay, it has the ability to disable boost. That's not great, but it's pretty workable, I would say. If it's weak against fire, it's probably good to find out if ice, like, is absorbed or heavily resisted. So let's use our ice attack on it.
Arctic blast.
0 damage. Okay, so that's very good to know. Definitely don't want to work towards that. Junior's missing a lot. Push to the rear row. Oh, that's interesting. And it does damage. Is there anything else we want to find out before we leave this fight? Block boost. I think we do have an accessory that would stop us from having the boost thing happen. We might have one for the back row thing too, but I don't know about that. We also have AoE status heal. So that's a thing too. Okay. I guess I'll just do Spell Ray on it. And see. This is probably going to be like really pathetic damage, right? Yeah. Really bad. Okay, it has an HP draining attack.
Not good.
Unfortunately, we don't get to see how much damage it does because she used it on somebody with really low health. I'm going to go ahead and reset now. I think I've seen enough. What's up, Balrogic? How are you? So we're going to take a look at our skill menu and see what we can learn. See what kind of a game plan we can come up with. Ziggy has a lot of fire skills. He's kind of a fire guy. Oh, we forgot to do that wheel spin. We should do that too. Let's do that now. Go over here. I forgot to grab the roaming mic. Let me do that now. Alright, since we have that blue screen, let's see, make sure this boy is working. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're good there. All right, for Broken Quest. The first spin of the day. Pink and orange are locked. What'll it be? What do we got? A game Gush. We had a roast yesterday, so that seems only fair that we Gush one today. Broken Quest, take your time, but you are now tasked with selecting a game for me to pull out and gush about. And thank you for getting us closer to that next sub goal bonus stream. We're only a couple subs away now. Once that bar fills up, it'll be time for the lady and I to get together and play some more Grim Fandango. All right. Let's take a look at some things here. We're going to go back over to the game screen. Let's see what we can learn here. So the first question is going to be, what characters do we want to use? Ziggy has fire attacks. Lightning. Xion has one fire attack, but she's pretty much a dedicated healer and buff character at this point. Like, her attacks are really bad. And she's going to spend most of her time healing and using items anyways, so she'll probably never get to use it, despite it saying that it is a vicious fire attack. We don't even have it equipped right now. Junior. All Spirit or Pierce. Chaos is pretty much all Spirit. He's got one Lightning, one Ice. Chaos does have a fire spell on his skill tree, his ether tree. We've learned it. Flame Wings. So we could try spamming that. That could be interesting because he would basically be able to attack every turn as long as we kept his ether points up. He could just use ether every turn. That might be kind of cool. All of Cosmos's are physical, non-elemental. And then Momo, I think Momo is also that way. Yeah, she doesn't have any elemental stuff either. Plus, we haven't really used Momo at all, other than when we were required to. She's pretty fragile. There's probably some great strategies with, like, using her and Ziggy together, but I don't know. If Momo had the kind of, like, buff loadout that Xion had, that would be really cool. And maybe some of her, like, detached skill tree stuff down there is that kind of stuff, but I don't know how to get that. I scouted ahead on everybody's ether tree, and Momo has these branches that are down below, down there, and I don't know how to get to them. I scouted ahead by using a bunch of consumable items to give everybody a ton of ether points so that I could evolve their skills and shop ahead and see what everything was. And I used enough points on her tree to completely fill out this first one, thinking maybe if all of these are learned, it'll just jump down there. That's not the case. They were just there. But also, if you transfer a skill to somebody else, actually shows up on their ether tree as like a separate wing of nodes like that. Very similarly. So I guess there is a world where you could like take all of Shion's amazing skills and give them to somebody else and try to make like the ultimate character, but that would require even more grinding of ether points, which we do not have a lot of at all. Especially Shion, because we spent quite a few with her. Cosmos has a lot. Ziggy has a decent amount. Chaos has a decent amount. What does Cosmos even have for skills here? Let's take a look. I feel like most of hers are pretty bad. That's why we haven't used any. Yeah, we know what all of hers are. Ether down. A possible one-hit KO. Double ether on self. AoE attack one time per battle. She does have a fire spell. Yeah, at the very end of her tree, Cosmos has 3 elemental spells, a fire, an ice, and a lightning. And then like a non-elemental one, a beam type attack. So that could be a line through some particular fights. You know, we could give her the ether limit thing that doubles her ether attack power and her cost. And then just have her like spam that fire spell. That would be pretty straightforward. And we can finally utilize some of these status effects that are like for specific enemy types, because I finally understand how to tell what they are. So all these ones that are G type, we know that we can do against this boss because it's a Gnosis. So all the Gnosis type enemies are G types. So we could lower its speed, we could lower its attack, we could lower its ether. Those would all be super useful. Those are more Cosmos abilities. What else we got here? Almost all of Ziggy's skills on his ether tree are just buff spells for himself. With the exception of one that he will not learn for a while and may not ever learn. Okay, let's take a look at tech attacks again, and I want to see if there's anything that's particularly good against G types. So this one sets a status effect that increases damage against B and G. This one can inflict slow. That could be very useful. Okay, that's Shion. Junior doesn't have any. Chaos doesn't have any. Multiple status effects on B, G, and M types. Interesting. I wonder what status effects they can be. I mean, we know that canonically Cosmos is supposed to be the ultimate weapon against Gnosis, so maybe that's just a really blatantly obvious choice. And Ziggy's just got his fire attacks. Okay, so let's think about this. Chaos has a fire spell. Ziggy has fire tech attacks. Cosmos has a pretty decent arsenal of just stuff and possibly some status effects. So we could try to run a party of Chaos, Cosmos, Ziggy. That seems pretty solid. Ziggy can heal himself. Chaos would still have the AoE heal. Chaos could use the fire spell on turns that he's not healing. Cosmos would also be able to give it some negative status effects. Gush about Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. Wait. I don't have that game. I mean, I could talk about MGS1, but that's not the version of MGS1 I have. That's the version of MGS1 that I've played. Interestingly. Would you rather do MGS1 or MGS2? So yeah, I can gush about Twin Snakes, because it's the version of MGS1 that I've played. Any MGS. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do MGS1. Let me open my sheet here and add it. We have the only Metal Gear that we have gushed in all these years so far is Metal Gear Solid 4. Oh, no, that's not true. We've done MGS3 as well. And somebody very early on in the history of the Redeem made me do a game gush of Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, which I still have not played. All right. Metal Gear Solid. It shall be done. Okay, let me look at this for a little bit longer, though, while my brain is on this wavelength, before we shift gears away from it. Let's look at skills now. I want to see what status effects we can prevent. There's our P'd up and E'd up. So funny sounding. Reduce fire, reduce ice, reduce beam, reduce slash pierce, poison bind. The skill that she used said bind, but the status that it inflicted was not. Maybe the status effect that prevents you from boosting is called bind. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, there are multiple names for these status effects. Like, if I look at the status effect section in the manual here, it has an extensive list of all the status effects and their names and their descriptions, and none of them are called bind. The name of the status effect in here that lets you not boost is called Boost Seal. But I think it is the same thing as this. I think bind is the same thing. Prevent slow. Preventing slow does seem like a really good idea. Especially if we know that it's coming. Dex +2. Evade +2. Speed plus 25%. Veil and anti-veil, we know about that. We know about scope. Preventing confusion, obviously very important. Okay, so we have a great arsenal of status prevention. And I think this one is going to be the one that prevents us from not being able to boost. But it's a level 3 skill, so we may not even have the ability to get to it. But let's do this. I think what I want to do here is commit to getting everybody's skill level up. The first thing I want to do, annoyingly, you cannot extract skills from accessories that are currently equipped. So I'm going to have to remove everybody's helmets and accessories. Or anything that has a learnable secondary effect. I guess there are some armor pieces that also have it. So I gotta remove those. That. 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 And that. And that. Okay. Just so that we can have our full spread. Because not necessarily are we going to want all of these to be learned, but the way that we level up our skills is by spending certain amounts of points, and every single one has like a slightly different cost. So we want to like be able to add up to even numbers, because some of these we're just going to have to learn arbitrarily to get to where we to get to actual skills that we want to get to. We know that it's 100 points to go from skill level 1 to skill level 2, but we haven't figured out how many points it is to go from skill level 2 to skill level 3. We know that it's more than 300. In fact, I think we might know that it's more than 350. This was very recently, and I wrote it down. I think I've already gone too far. Yeah, this is way too far. It was way more recent than that. I thought I highlighted it, but I guess I didn't. Here we go. Yeah, more than 350. So, my guess is it's either going to be 400 or 500 to get from level 2 to level 3. And we can probably find that out today. So, preventing slow is a very good one to have access to. The other option would be to get these two 50s. That's another pretty easy one to put on everybody. Because we can't learn any level 2 skills until we reach level 2. So we can't save up our points for these higher level skills. We have to get to that level first. So we have to get there one way or the other. We have to decide how we want to get there. And see, these aren't even multiples, so we'd spend a few extra points if we wanted to get these. I don't think we're ever going to run into abilities that cost 10 to learn. So I think the main decision here is going to be whether we want the 250s or the 100. I think for Xion, preventing slow is probably more important than dexterity and evade, because we want her to be fast as a heal buff character. So I'm going to give her this one. Now she's skill level 2. So now all the skill level 2 stuff is opened up, and we can look at that. Physical defense plus 2 is not a great value, to be certain. Ether attack plus 2, ether defense plus 2 could be useful. Now we can get more level 1 stuff. And it still counts towards getting to skill level 3. So we can consider that. These are 180 each. Again, attacking stuff isn't going to be super important for how I'm building Xion. So I don't really feel the need to prioritize that. We could prioritize defenses and try to make her like really tanky. But I'm not really super interested in any of these, so I think I want to just pick the path of least resistance, which would just mean even multiples. So we want to try to get to the number 400 as evenly as possible to see if it's 400. We've got 360 right here. And then 50 would put us over by 10 points. That's pretty reasonable. We don't have a way to do it perfectly evenly, because our other option would be to go 360, and then the 30 would only get us to 390. We could do... Let's see, this is 200 right here. And then 380. And then one of the 30s. Yeah, let's do that. Those kind of coincide together. So if I skip the 2 that are attack related, or the 3 that are attack related, we actually end up with 400 at a pretty even clip. So we're gonna focus on defenses here. So we're gonna prevent physical defense down. We're gonna prevent. Or we're going to take these 2 little stat buffs here for Dex and Evade. Okay, that's 130. And then we're going to go to 280. And then we're going to go from 280 to... what? 460. Okay, so it's probably 500 for skill level 2. And we can find out by teaching her this 60.1, because this will be 510. Still not skill level 3. Oh boy. Well, at this point, we just want to teach her these 2 that we have available. I guess, to find out. So 540 is not enough. And this would be 720. Still not enough. Holy crap. So it might be 1,000 for skill level 3. Which is a very scary number. So yeah, we're probably not going to see any skill level 3 for quite some time. Because it takes a long time to get these skill points. A really long time. So... for Junior... what is most important for Junior? Probably just give him slow prevention. I don't know what I would want to give him from the level 2 stuff. Although I guess we're just kind of in the same situation where he's going to end up learning everything just to try to get to level 3. So, let me do the math again here really accurately and make sure that I didn't miscount. Oh, wait a second. We just spent 100 points on Junior and he didn't go to skill level 2, so it's not the same for every character. That's confusing. So for Junior, it was 200 to go to skill level 2. Maybe that's actually what it was, because we learned the poison resist thing and, like, scope and whatever on some other characters. So that actually makes sense. It's probably 200 points for skill level 2, or maybe it's 250. And then 1,000 for level 3. I need to go back to my notes and correct this. Because Junior had actually never learned any extracted skills before, whereas the other characters had, because we did the poison resist thing before we had him in the party. Okay. And then I'll also write this in my notes today. So, skill level 2, likely 250 points. Skill level 3, likely 1,000 points. That does not bode well for ever getting to level 5. Unless there's a specific enemy that gives a bunch of skill point yield that we can grind against, or there's a way to grind like the item that we can use to increase our skill points. Very unlikely that we make it that far. Especially like with how close it feels that we are to the end of the game. Let's see. Let's just ask if we have enough points to cover the rest of these. No, we don't. We definitely don't. 210 plus 360. That's 570. And then another 120 on top of that. Yeah, we can't do that. So do we want any of these? Ether attack, ether defense, physical defense, prevent poison. Well, we probably should give him prevent poison, just because everybody else has that. And then maybe we'll just focus on all the defensive ones. If I had to choose between being able to protect my defense or increase my defense versus increase my attack, protect my attack, I definitely will choose defense every time in this game. Because there's a lot of stuff that does a really stupid amount of damage. Okay, Chaos. Your turn. Chaos doesn't have scope. But he also just kind of, like, doesn't need it. Now, Chaos is a little bit different. We might want to try to prevent his ether attack from being lowered, because he's a great ether attacker. He's already at level 2. We'll give him the ether attack plus. Dex and evade. Those are great. Would the mech help with defense? I'm not really sure, Draconics, to be honest. Like, the mechs don't have that much more HP than the humans. It is an increase, but it's not that much. And it almost seems like their stats just kind of, like, work differently. Like against certain types of enemies, I think the eggs would be more resistant, but other types it would be like the opposite effect. It's almost just like changing your Pokemon type more than like making yourself stronger. You know, it's not like a mega evolution. It's like a Terra type. To further the Pokemon analogy. Or at least that's how it seems. We haven't really used it or experimented with it a lot, so I could be wrong about that. Ether defense +2, physical defense +2. Okay, these like are very coincident with each other. I guess we have enough for all 3 of these, so... There we go. So we're all spent up. Cosmos, what do you got? What do we want for Cosmos? Definitely these 2. Dex and Evade. Probably Ether Attack and Ether Defense. And then maybe preventing Ether Attack down. And then I guess out of these last ones, we would probably take physical defense. Okay. Ziggy. What about you, man? He's got to be right on the cusp of level 2. He's already slow, so... preventing slow on him isn't super important. But I guess it could be helpful. Actually, we have like exactly enough points to just learn these, so we'll just do it. He's not an ether guy. Those are both really good for level 1. So we got 90 there. Or we could take one of the 180s. I'll take this one. And little Momo with her tiny balance. Momo's really fast. So... we can do that. We can do that. And then we'll do these 2. And this one. Okay. So we've committed to some skill learns. That's good. Now let's set them. Based on character. So Poison Guard we haven't needed for a while. We can take that off. Dexterity is the same as something else. Right? Is dexterity speed? There's no way dexterity is speed. Because that would be too strong. Where do I look at? Maybe it's in the skills section? The stats have the same problem as the status effects things, where they have like multiple names. No, it's not in there. Oh, here we go. Character attributes. So dexterity is just accuracy. Okay. Just accuracy. Vitality is the same thing as physical defense. Agility is the same thing as speed. Those are the 2 slightly confusing ones. Okay. So accuracy is good. Certainly. Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, be right back.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Pikachu.
All right, Pikachu takes another one, folks. Once again, a commanding victory. No surprises. Pika Power. 4-0 against Yoshi here. It's not looking good for our friendly neighborhood dinosaur. So Pikachu looking to make a move towards Link and Ness up in 5th and 4th. If he sweeps Yoshi, he could get there. I mean, let's look here. Yeah, if Pikachu managed to completely shut out Yoshi here and go 11-0, he would move to tie 4th place with Ness and push Link down to 6th. So that would be pretty monumental. If Yoshi lets him do that. Wouldn't really change anything for Yoshi, you know. He's still in 9th place either way. But he's not too far off from Luigi in 8th. So that's where Yoshi's looking. Is a better seed in the tournament. I did not update the on-screen score. It is 4-0. There we go. All right, back over here to the shopping, skill shopping. We definitely need one character in the active party to have scope. We don't necessarily need it for a boss fight, especially not a boss fight like this that we've already scouted. But I think immediately we would want Xion to have slow guard. And then maybe just one of these like stat boosts. I think an evade +2 is a pretty high value. So we might go for that. She has less health than everybody else too, so let's go for that. Junior, what do you have access to? Dex for him is good because he misses a lot. And then maybe slow guard and probably 2 more points on whichever one of his defenses is lower. Let's find out what that is. His physical defense is lower, so we'll give him the physical defense. There we go. Chaos. You don't need Poison Guard right now. So we'd probably give him Ether Attack +2. And he does miss occasionally, but probably would give him Evade instead. Alright, Cosmos. Once again, Poison Guard. It's kind of a leftover. So we probably want to give her the Ether Attack +2 as well. Slow Guard isn't super important for her. Weird. So you can press square to like snap to the ones that you have equipped. I guess if you had a massive list, that would be useful. Yeah, Dex and Evade almost seem more useful than the Slow Guard here for her. Okay, Ziggy. Ziggy also has scope. Slow Guard. He'd be a good character to put scope on, because he doesn't need most of the rest of these. Although I guess in this scenario, we'd want to give him Dex and Evade. Instead. And then Momo, we're not going to use Momo, but... what would we give Momo? We would give Momo Slow Guard. And probably Evade. And this one, because that would lower her healing potency. Okay. So that was our exercise in skills. Let's look at Ether now. Xion, I don't think Xion can actually learn anything. Oh, we can learn Refresh. Clear status changes for one ally. We could use that. Or we could learn Increase boost by 1. Or dex down for M. So this could be useful since we're not going to have a way to boost the normal way. We could boost artificially. But the status changes, removing the status changes kind of does the same thing. Because it would get rid of the no boosting allowed status and whatever other one that it was inflicting. But we also might not use Shion, so we'll hold off on that for just a second. Junior's got some options here. Stealing. We can lower evade. Okay. We can disable B and G enemies' spells. I mean, there's got to be like some kind of like percentage of success rate attached to that, right? It's not just like guaranteed. If we could just, for free, seal this thing's magic, that would completely trivialize the fight. It would be interesting to mess around with, though. So let's consider that. Block status changes and support effects. This is an interesting one, too. It's another, like, double-edged sword type thing. Where, like, you can't have bad statuses inflicted on you, but you can't have good ones either. We also might not use Junior in this fight, so I don't want to invest right away. Here we have... HP recovery down by 1/2. That's such a strange ability. And we don't need the lightning spell right now. So we definitely wouldn't use anything from Chaos's stuff here. Cosmos, lowering the accuracy of the boss could be very beneficial. Lowering its physical attack could be incredibly beneficial. And then in addition to that, we could maybe go for this double ether thing, which seems pretty breakable. We could lower its ether potency. We do just barely have enough for both of those, actually. So yeah, maybe we do that. Maybe we go for a bunch of negative status effects on the boss from Cosmos, while Chaos keeps health and status clear, perhaps, attacking when possible. And then maybe, like, Ziggy as the third character doing chip damage? That could be interesting. Okay, I want to save one more time before I commit to this. Let me remind myself what Ziggy can do here. Focus ether defense, focus ether attack. Or double HP and EP recovery. I mean, this seems really good too. He can only do this on himself, and I'm assuming it would work for the whole fight. So he could get double recovery from Chaos's AoE heals, which would be pretty awesome. The EP recovery wouldn't matter so much because I don't think he's going to be using any ether points. I guess if he used recharge to heal just himself, if that became advantageous, and, you know, we needed to restore his ether points so that he could continue to use that, that would really be the only situation. It'd be nice if he had like an aggro spell. I feel like that would work really well with his character, where he had some kind of like taunt type thing that would make the enemy focus on him. That would coincide really well with his like defense boosting and self-buffing and self-healing stuff. I think that's what his skill tree is missing. We've seen every skill that he can learn, and that is not one of them. I think that's the only thing that's missing. He does have one that's a 50% speed boost as well at the very end of his tree, which could be really, really fun to use. What's up, Smashy? Welcome in. How are you? Is that flower emote new? Is that one of the new ones you were talking about a while back? Oh, I can't see big emotes in here. Let me see over here. I like the flower one. That's nice. Wait, why did anti-piracy not play? That's weird. Oh, thank you for Giant Flower. Thank you for 30 bits. That turned out really nice. Okay, this must be related to having blue screened. So... let's see, are other bot things working? The timed commands are working, because those have been going on. Oh, thank you for the giant wowie. Well, technically that emote's called please. It's very cute. Instead of Pika Pika, we should say Matcha Matcha. Because that's not Pikachu, that's Machu. Yeah, I had to manually recolor every single frame of that GIF. So, please enjoy. Significantly more time consuming than recoloring a static emote. I think there's like 72 frames or something like that. Something absurd. I recolored all of the Machu emotes myself, which is really not a huge deal with the static ones, but with the animated ones, it takes a really, really long time to manually recolor every individual frame. There's no way to, like, macro that. And it's not just, like, one click, either. Like, there's like, one click, like, 2 or 3 clicks does most of the recoloring, but then I have to manually go in and, like, clean it up on every single frame. I would bet money, Shane, that the all language, like international versions of Pikachu, all say Pika Pika. There's probably like some like very, very well underwritten legal precedent in the Pokemon Company's documentation that requires that Pikachu say Pika Pika. But it would be interesting to find out if there was like some weird outlier. It's like, oh, the Dutch Pikachu says Baba Boo Boo, or, you know, whatever. Gad, thank you for the giant jam. That one took a long time. I think that one actually has more frames than the please. And the other thing about it is the more the animation moves, the more manual work that it requires to redo each frame. So like the please one doesn't move as much. So basically the way it works in the program that I use is like I'm applying the recolor to like a certain area of the frame, and I can copy that same area of recoloring from the previous frame to the next, so that all my work from the previous frame is carried over, and then I just have to clean up whatever area has moved from the previous frame to the next frame. And the jam one has a lot more motion, so I had to do so much more of that than I did for the please one. Like how no one adapts Ninja Turtles is allowed to use Venus de Milo because the owners of the IP hate her. Yeah, I remember that show. I watched that live action Turtles show when it was airing. And obviously at the time I didn't realize how cursed Venus was. But in retrospect, that sure was something. That sure was something. Oh really, they had a crossover with Power Rangers. Man, that's like the most up my street thing possible for that time period. I wonder if I was aware of that at the time. I don't remember. Okay. Let me drop another save here. This is just to commit the skill point spend that we just did. We're going to commit to that, but also this is a bit of a trial run for the ether skills. And maybe we should look at tech points before this, I guess. Let's look at tech points really quick. That was the last of the Zordon era. Interesting. I do remember the space show. I watched the space show and I liked it a lot. Okay, so we're thinking about using a party of Chaos, Cosmos, Ziggy for this fight. Are there any of these skills that we'd want to upgrade? I think we're fine for Chaos. We probably want to move Arctic Blast out of the lineup because we know that it does 0 damage. For Cosmos, it'll be interesting to see if this chain one, what kind of status effects we can get with it. Maybe we'll open with that. Yo, Highlander Games, welcome in. How are you? Nice to see you. Let's see. We have that one set as our far. But wait, wasn't it X Buster that had the status? No, that's just the big tummy beam. Okay. So S chain. Maybe we could speed this one up so we could try to go for it turn 1. That could be cool. That could be cool. Let's see. How much is that going to cost? That's going to cost 300. Cosmos has a lot of tech points. So we can definitely afford to play around with that a little bit. We could put this in a high speed slot so that we could do it turn 1. We don't even know. I assume this does damage in addition to the statuses because it's an attack. We haven't had any of these that don't do damage. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out why the bot wasn't working. King Smashington is just throwing channel points into the void. Let me just try restarting the bot, and maybe that will do it. 1 second, folks. Sorry for the Windows sound. I was late starting stream today because when I went to start stream the first time, OBS blue screened while I was opening it, which unfortunately does happen sometimes if there are like certain other processes happening on my PC while I open OBS. It's not all the time. Sometimes it has no problem with it, but sometimes it does have a problem with it. It usually seems to be if I have like other people's streams open. It's like my graphics card gets mad or something. But sometimes when there is a blue screen related to OBS, not every time, but sometimes a really dastardly thing will happen where if like your computer crashes while OBS is opening, it like resets a bunch of your settings to default. So I had to go back in and like re-authenticate my Twitch account and change my audio from stereo to mono, and I had to put my bitrate back up to max and like change where my streams get recorded to and all that kind of stuff. Not like my scene collection or anything like that, God forbid. Just like some of the really basic like output settings. So I'm assuming it's related to this. Maybe I don't think this bot even uses WebSocket, so I don't think it's WebSocket settings. That's like super outdated at this point. But we'll see if we can get it working here. The bot was connected and it was doing the like the commands and stuff like that. So it's not like it wasn't connected and functioning properly. It just wasn't doing the channel point stuff. So we'll just give it the old reset here. See if that does anything. I've never reset this in the middle of a stream either. What's up, Cheaty? Thank you for Happy Halloween. You just got a Windows update and you're not looking forward to finding out what needs fixing? Yeah, that's all of our favorite thing, right? Well, at least Windows 10 has reached end of life, and we can look forward to significantly less updates from now on. I like how they try to threaten us with that to upgrade to make it sound like it's a really bad thing, and we're like all like, yes, no more updates. Finally. Okay, let's see if these are working. They are not working. All right, why are these not working? All right, I'm disappearing for a second. I'm still here. I know you're looking at a black screen. Calm down. Okay, there's nothing wrong with the actual alerts themselves. Very unlikely that there would have been anything wrong, but just, you know, checked. Well, here, at the very least, we can just kind of manually make good on some of these that were supposed to play that didn't really quick. So here's that anti-piracy. Full screen, just for you. What was the other one we had? We had a, we had a Get Out. God, that one gets me every time. That had to be ad-libbed, man. If I ever met that guy, out of everything he's ever appeared in and would be expected to be asked about by like a random passerby fan on the street, I bet it wouldn't be that movie. Like, you remember that scene at the end of Sarah T where she gets really mad at you and throws the pillow at you and says, "Get out," and you kind of like give her a look and then you kick the pillow? Was that an ad lib? He probably wouldn't even remember what you were talking about. He's like, "I don't know what you're talking about, kid. Get away from me." Why did I go to this screen? Okay. Let's go back to where we're supposed to be. Hello. I'm still here. Hey, Blushu, how's it going? We're doing a little troubleshooting here. Are you the pillow kicking guy? I don't know how to troubleshoot this, to be perfectly honest with y'all. Like, it's definitely because of that crash, but I don't know why. Oh, the channel point alerts aren't working, Blushu. That's what happened. Nothing really happened. There's just a certain aspect of the bot that's not working due to an OBS crash before I started stream. I had a blue screen before I started stream and it reset some of my settings. And I don't know why it would have affected the bot connection, but it did. Yeah, I don't know how any of these settings would have anything to do with that. let's just really quick take a look here. What if I do this? Maybe that, just maybe. Nope, that wasn't it. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird too, like it's like the bot actually isn't receiving the request. Like normally when I go to test one of them, it shows up in like the activity feed. The robot connection. All right. So yeah. Save your channel points. Because the alerts are not working today. I don't know why. Any, like, sub stuff should work just fine, because that's not in here. I'm assuming bits won't work in here.
Are they gonna
You want a
get...
tow? I can get you a tow.
Oh, okay. Apparently bits are working.
There are ways, dude. You don't want to know about it, believe me.
Yeah, but Walter...
Hell, I can get you a tow by 3 o'clock this afternoon with nail polish.
That's so weird. I don't know why the channel points would be the way that the channel points work are exactly the same. So the difference must be some type of like Twitch API thing where the thing that needs to send the request to Twitch and then back to the bot, they're just like not talking to each other. Whereas the bits one are just directly talking to OBS. That's the only thing I can guess. But yeah, I can refund channel points. That would have been really funny if that went through Balrogic, but yeah, I'll have to give you your points back on that one. There should be an easier way to just, like, really quickly, You did see a video come up on screen after, that's true, but it wasn't the one that corresponded with your alert. Alright, there's your points back. Yeah, there should just be, like, in the activity feed, there should just be, like, a refund button, like, right next to it. Like, I gotta imagine that most streamers don't, like, go and, like, mark every single channel point redeem as complete in their activity feed. That would be absolutely nuts. So I just have, like, every redeem ever, and for some reason it chooses to show them from, like, oldest to newest instead of the other way around, and I don't see a way to change that. It's really silly. Okay. Back to the video game. We sped up this one to try to use it turn 1. What are our options for where to put that? It has to be a far, okay? So we'll put that there. And then we can put something else here. We could probably put X-Buster here. And then maybe we'll give her the Double Buster? Well, maybe we should give the Double Buster to whoever's using fire stuff. Maybe we'd give the Double Buster to, Ziggy. There he is. Maybe we'll give the Double Buster to Ziggy because Cosmos is going to be using, like, debuffs a bunch and things like that. That makes sense. R cannon. So yeah, we can just put this here, I guess, for like the biggest attack potential. That makes sense. Okay. Do we want to make this stronger? It's okay, so the fact that we can't level it up makes me feel like this is just a status thing that doesn't have any damage attached to it. Because all the other ones we can increase the potency level from Tech 3 up to Tech 1 up to whatever. Recover faster after using Tech Attack. I don't know how this coincides with the high speed versus low speed. But this is definitely worth 30 points. Yeah, we'll just... That's super cheap to just fully upgrade that. Might as well. Let's look at Ziggy real quick. First, let's get him set up with all of his fire stuff. And make sure that we know what button combinations we need to use. So, Cyber Kick is the AoE fire thing. And then Meteor Shot is... Or no, Meteor Shot is the AoE fire thing. And then this one is a Near. Okay. So, if we speed up Cyber Kick and put it in the high-speed Near slot, I think we should be able to do Cyber Kick and Meteor Shot in one turn. That would be the ideal setup. So let's speed up... oh, Executioner. I forgot. I didn't even realize that we got that. We got that from some level up. We don't even have it set. Let's do Cyber Kick. We're going to speed this one up. And then we'll set it here. We'll leave Meteor Shot in the far spot there. It's got to be there. And then... This one's Wind. What is Cross Lancer? It's a sword attack. And then this one is an AoE Lightning. Pretty cool. So we'd have to swap out Meteor Shot for that one. So we'd have to choose what element we want. So we'll just have to wait to find out what that looks like. I guess there's a world where we put that right here. Because Lightning Fist is a single target lightning attack. And we could just replace it with the multi-target lightning. But we don't need to do that right now. And then let's look at Chaos really quick here. We want to take Arctic Blast out because we don't even want to like risk accidentally using it. So we'll just go back to doubling up on Angel Blow because we know that one's really good. There we go. Okay, and then we need to remember also to set Ether. So let's give Chaos his fire attack so he can actually use it. Cosmos is going to learn some stuff. And Ziggy might learn some stuff, but he's probably mostly going to be just attacking. Okay, and then the last thing we want to look at here is using tech points to upgrade our stats. Let's see. Let's just get a sense of everybody here that we're planning to use. 47, 42, 8. You can't use tech points to upgrade your agility. That would be super busted and broken. And we're also limited, like, the extent to which we can upgrade these based on what level we're at. So we could just try to, like, max out everybody's defense for their current level. Oh yeah, we need to look at which weapon we want to use for Cosmos, too. We probably don't want to use the Scythe, because that's for mobs. So Cosmos, we're pretty much just looking at evade and ether defense, probably here. So we could max that out. Oh, we can only increase that by 1 point anyways. Okay, so we would probably do that. Let's look at Cosmos's weapon really quick before I forget. So I think we would just want to go with the gun here because it has the most attack power. Or no, the thermometer has the most attack power by a mile. Okay, so yeah, we're going to go back to the thermometer here. It's not actually a thermometer, it just looks like one, so that's what I call it. And then we'll have to remember to do armor and accessories as well. Okay, so let's go back to tech points here. We'll take this 1 ether defense point. Let's see. Dexterity can go up by 1. Sure, we'll take that. Evasion can go up by a couple of points there. Okay, and then probably don't want to just blow the rest of my points on HP. Because the HP upgrades are actually really expensive. So we'll just leave that alone. Okay, let's look at Ziggy next. He has a lot of stuff that can go up. Let's raise his attacking stats first. We can give 1 more strength point. A massive amount more of ether attack. Holy crap. Well, we're not going to be able to max that out. He's way behind on evasion and dexterity too. Holy moly. It's really interesting how these ranges are potentially determined. I guess the stats that they specialize in, they tend to be really close to the max already. And then the things that they're not as good at, they're more disparate. So we could give him 1 vitality point. Ether points is an interesting idea. Wow, he can go way up on ether points. Strength, 1 more point. Yeah, let's do strength and vitality. 1 strength point, 1 vitality point. And then what's maybe a good value here? Obviously, we don't want him to miss. So we could go for some dex. I think I'm going to leave this alone. And then if we do like a fight and his accuracy turns out to be trash, you know, we can use some more. Yeah, see, Chaos is really far away from his max for strength and vitality. But his ether defense is like right where it needs to be close to max, because he's more specialized in that. That's kind of an interesting way that they put this together. Gobi, stop. Thank you. Well, we'll give him this 1 ether defense point. And we'll leave everything else alone. And then I guess we need to change our formation to what we're planning to use. Cosmos. And Ziggy. Okay. Equipment. Let's see here. Cosmos doesn't wear helmets, so she gets 2 accessories. What do we want here? We'll probably give the agility +1 to Chaos, since he's going to be the primary healer. Counter rate, we would probably put this on Ziggy, if anyone. 10% damage reduction is absolutely wild. Probably want to put that on Chaos as well. Max EP. Speed. We have to give the Double Buster to Ziggy. Probably have to give the Angel Ring to Chaos. Man, we have so many accessory needs. We technically don't need Scope for this fight. Okay, we need to start with a different character. I don't know what to give Cosmos yet. Let's go with what we do need to do. Okay, so we only have one accessory slot for Chaos. Is it going to be half EP? Or is it going to be Agility? Or is it going to be Damage Reduce? 10% is probably not enough to save him. 25% of 8 is more than 1. So this is a better deal than the White Ring if we want to increase his speed. But I think half EP is probably going to be more important for his healing. So let's do that. And then okay, Ziggy. Does Ziggy get 2? He doesn't do helmets either? Okay, awesome. This is where we can really shine here. So he needs the Double Buster, but then we can also give him something else. We could make him faster. We don't really need to reduce the damage that he takes. We could give him a 10% chance to counter, which is pretty cool. I wonder how it calculates 25% of 6. Does it round that to 1? Or does it round that to 2? I guess maybe if we equip it, it'll show us the number. But it probably won't. Yeah, it doesn't do anything to the number. He's already going to be the slowest character on the field, so I really don't think that giving him this speed boost is going to make a difference. Like, I guess it's possible that he could be slow enough to where he gets doubled up, which we wouldn't want. But also, like, if any character is going to get doubled up, it's probably him versus the healer or the status character. Or we could just give him one of these small stat bonuses. Or actually, let's do this one. Let's do the wooden idol so that he can still get boost. That seems like a good value. Okay, and now we got to go back to Cosmos' accessories. What do we want for her? We want probably like an ether attack up, if we have it. Yeah, purple ring. Sorry, bottom of the matcha. Little gritty. And then maybe we could give her the agility +1. That might be good. Or actually 2% or 25% for her might be better than 1 point as well. 25% of 7 probably rounds to 2, but if it doesn't round to 2, it's definitely the same as 1. I don't know how this game handles decimal points for stuff like this. So let's just do that. Let's just do speed shoes. Okay, what else were we gonna do? We were gonna look at ether skills. So let's do one more save. And then I think we need to spend some ether points on Cosmos' skill tree. And then I think we can go fight this boss. Same slot here. I didn't even write it down before. Let's call this one post S/T spends pre-ether spend. Okay. So ether for Cosmos. We can do ether down as well as ether limit. And then I think we were looking at one thing for Ziggy as well. Focus ether defense, focus ether attack. Oh yeah, this one. Giving him the ability to gain back twice as much HP. That would be pretty interesting to play around with. Plus the skills after this one are some of his best stuff. We don't have enough for it right now, but gets us closer. And then Chaos, we don't have anything else that we want to learn right now. I think we do possibly want that skill that we can't afford. That one is an all-ally revive that we can use once per battle. That'll be a nice one to get. That's the one in the top right. But the ones at the very bottom right are also pretty cool. After the lightning attack, there's one that hits all enemies and resets their attack and wait time. Don't really know what that means, but it sounds really busted. And then the other one is like his ultimate attack. It's an AoE attack against all enemies, and it clears all status conditions for the party. So that's pretty wild. But we won't see that for a while. Okay. How about some gameplay? We're going to go back down now, having not saved specifically. What's the quickest... What's the best path for me to take? We've typically gone to the left to go down. Maybe we have to go that way. Oh yeah, I forgot there was a game attached to all these menus, right? It does feel like that sometimes. It's not just a party management simulator, which I would absolutely play. Alright, we have to go this way. Now, we can't run away for free anymore because we don't have Shion in the party, so we're going to have to use consumables every time we want to run. But that's fine, we have a lot of them. And we have a way to buy more. And I also need to make sure that I top off everybody's ether points and HP when we get down there. Dum, 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 dum. You would think that Cosmos would be able to just kind of like Obi-Wan hand wave these random cyborg people and just be like, oh, don't worry about me. I'm here to inspect the cooling system. And he'd be like, oh, okay.
Commencing combat.
They didn't tell me about that, but I'm sure you're legit. You know, it makes sense that they'd be suspicious of, like, Shion running around. Like, hey, you're just like a random human. What's going on? I'm not the droid you're looking for. Exactly. Please? Oh, gave him the shake and bake. One consumable saved.
Freeze!
No. Oh, he got me.
Poor lost souls.
Just barely.
Reborn again anew.
Is it raining in here? What's going on with Ziggy there? Kind of looked like a rain effect where like water was hitting him from above. All right, we hit this button to bring the elevator down. That's not really actually an elevator. If this is an elevator, whoever designed it should be fired. Or worse. Because it doesn't really function as an elevator. Unless the idea, I guess, was for there to be an elevator operator. Separate from the person trying to ride the elevator. Then it would work.
Target
I guess as a security measure.
commencing combat.
Maybe that's the lore. I'm really glad that this item exists. Yeah, it definitely functions more as a movable bridge. Okay, now we need to top off our stuff. And we're gonna give this boss a try. Okay, one of those. 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 Alright, max everything. Let's see how we do. Okay, so our gambit here is going to be turn 1 status inflicting tech attack S chain from Cosmos. Ziggy's going to focus on charging up and doing double buster fire stuff. And Chaos is going to heal as necessary and attack when possible. Oh, thank you, Cheaty. Yes, I'm a big fan of the Chocomog shirt as well. You can't see my shirts as well with the new camera angle, so I guess that could be another criticism. The old camera angle, you could see the whole shirt all the time. Maybe that's another reason for me to just go ahead and try the other possible camera angle. Maybe I'll do that over the weekend. Okay, here we go. Mermaid Lady. Gnosis.
Disabling auto safety. Destroy all targets.
Alright, so you're going to open the battle with Disabling Boost. This should not work on Ziggy. Oh, it worked anyways. Okay. Okay, and then we should be able to go Triangle S-Chain.
Charging. S-chain.
Hatsune Miku if she was a Gnosis. That's wild. Oh, we've definitely done this before. Okay, yeah, it doesn't do damage, but it did inflict status. I don't know what statuses, but they can pretty much only be helpful, so... no one needs healing, so we're going to start charging up with Chaos. Same for Ziggy. Oh, he's not going to be able to use that one fire attack because it's a near type. Oh, we're in an ad. Okay. Didn't even know that was coming. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Three, two, one, time up! Game set! This game's winner is Yoshi!
All right, Yoshi has done it. He has stopped the shutout. At the very least, he's on the board. 4-1. Now our score after 5 rounds. Still 6 more to go, regardless of what happens. Scores are updated. Let's get back to our boss battle. Before we were so rudely interrupted. Hi, Nima. Hi. How come you're being so sweet to me, huh? I don't mind. I'm just really asking for extra attention this week. What a good bougie. Okay, let's see if we can make a dent in this mermaid lady. Chaos is ready to attack. We could see how much this fire spell does, though. Maybe we'll do our fully charged attack here and we can compare. So we'll do Angel Blow here, see how much damage that does. I'm guessing it's going to be like 180.
Angel blow.
And not even. 180 probably would have been a crit. Okay, and now with Ziggy, I was planning to do 2 fire attacks, but I don't think we're going to be able to because one is a near type. So instead, we're going to be forced to do Lightning Fist, Meteor Shot.
Let's go.
I don't think lightning is going to be resisted like ice was. But we were hoping to use 2 fire attacks, but we can't. So even as an extra effective attack and a crit, that's really not a whole lot of damage. Cosmos is getting pushed to the rear row. So she can't attack now, but that's fine, because we want to focus on doing some of these, status effects. So let's do the Dex down here. Dex, 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 down. That's such a funny animation. Friggin' 1999 PowerPoint word art. Wow, that was a strong drain attack. 400 damage. We've never seen anything like that before. Holy moly. I forgot to equip these new ether attacks that I taught them, so I'm kind of ready to throw this attempt away. Stir, 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 down. Nice resistance on Ziggy. That did 200 something to Chaos. Okay, never mind. Maybe not. Maybe it was just a crit. Let's try this fire spell and see how it does.
Unleash some of thy powers.
Lacertu Etel? Okay, well it does more than his other attack, plus that attack takes us 2 turns to get to, so he might as well just spam the fire magic. Yo, Dreambound, welcome in. How's it going? Has been a while. How you doing? Let's see. Ziggy doesn't need to heal himself. Cosmos is the one who needs a heal. We're just gonna kind of let it ride here. 0. Nice. A critical 0. Love to see it. I guess we have to just use this turn for her to move or heal. So I think we have to choose heal here. And just hope that she doesn't get hit for another 400 damage next turn. Oh, that's what you hear her chant as. I see. Work as a PETA. Sorry to hear that, Dreambound. Yikes. Well, I hope you can manage to either avoid burnout or assuage it altogether. Something.
Some of thy powers.
Well, getting to 6,500 damage, 180 damage at a time is not a pretty picture. Lost Toe Jam and Earl. That's funny. But this, whatever status we inflicted on the boss seems to be hanging around for a while, so that's kind of nice. Maybe I should try this thing and see how much damage it does. Okay, well that's worse than the fire attack. I think I have to take another heal here with Cosmos before I move her. You're severely understaffed. Yeah, that's a very common problem. Something that I dealt with constantly. Okay, that's interesting. It used a move that cleared my abnormalities, which would get rid of any buffs if I had them, but I didn't have any buffs. I guess it cleared abnormalities from the field. She doesn't have them anymore either, but now we can boost. So that's mostly a net positive, I would say. We're just spamming fire magic with chaos, although maybe this is the turn to do a heal.
Unleash some of thy powers.
We gotta move chaos or Cosmos back up so we can get that status back on her. Because that's probably what forced her to use it. Oh, this is Ziggy. Alright, Ziggy, you need to charge up for the fire attack again. Cosmos, you need to move. And you're going to put the binding chains right back on. That's fine. Really, all that's doing is just making the fight slower. Giving Chaos half EP cost is definitely the right move since he's using it every turn. This is Xenosaga Episode I, Dreambound. A PS2 sci-fi RPG from the creator of Xenogears.
Let's go. Meteor shot.
Yeah, Takahashi loves all types of like classic philosophy, so there's a lot of like German influence from Nietzsche and Freud. There's a lot of like religious stuff borrowed as well, so there's like biblical stuff, Hebrew stuff, and like Arabic stuff. You'll see that a lot in his works. I'm not an expert on Takahashi stuff, but that I definitely know that to be true. Okay, we need to do S-Chain here. Get our statuses back on. I still don't know what statuses we're getting, but I'm pretty sure they were helping us. So also, Ziggy has a boost point. I wonder if I'm able to use it with this status. Like, obviously it stops me from accumulating boost, but does it stop me from using booster that I accumulated before I took the status? We'll find out once he's off of the turnstile down there. We don't need to heal here. We're actually not taking that much damage, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Unleash some of thy powers.
Maybe one of the statuses that we inflicted, being the ether down, makes it so that we're taking less damage from its ether, but also we're doing less ether damage to it. That's probably what's happening. Which we need to set that up again too. So we're gonna do... Or no, we didn't do that. Okay. That's right. We'll do this down force and the down dex again. We can probably win this fight as is. We unfortunately don't have all the tools that we thought we were going to have. Nice dodge. Beautiful. Oh, you're doing this again already? Oh, that's annoying. Don't really need to heal here, so let's throw out another Flame Wings.
Some of thy powers.
I'm not super committed to this attempt because I forgot to set those ether skills, so I'm kind of just letting it ride.
Let's go.
It is weird that his attacks are doing 0 damage, though. I mean, we're just trying to set up this one, so it doesn't matter that much. Obviously, it would be nice to get more damage, but... Go ahead and boost him in while we can. Okay, Cosmos has full attack here. Should I just do an attack while I can? Do a tummy beam? And we'll do the status one next turn? Let's do it. Maybe we'll get lucky and this will do like 400 damage. This would be like the most damage we could do. Because we're really struggling with damage output in this fight. Yeah, I mean, 230 is the most damage we've done with a single attack. It's not a lot, but it's the most we've done. We're missing a lot, too. Alright, here comes the binding. So if we attempt this again, we know that we can change that one accessory off of Ziggy, because it's not doing anything for us. I'll go ahead and heal here. It's good value. We're not in danger, but... Looks like you can't use boost points while you have this status, by the way. Confirmed. Okay, we need to do the status on you, so let's do the S chain.
Charging. S chain.
Okay, and then do we want to do... we can't use any of the new skills we learned with him either because we didn't set them. So we're just going to attack here.
Let's go.
Am I planning to play the other episodes? At some point, not necessarily, like, back-to-back. Whenever we play a game that's, like, part of a continuous series, I'll always make the next game in the series an option on the next poll. Oh, he got... Okay, we got our boost back. Let's boost in Cosmos. So yeah, chat will decide if we play this game in sequential order or not. Usually it doesn't end up going that way, but I guess we haven't had a ton of opportunities. We played Suikoden 1 and 2 back-to-back, but that's pretty much the only time we've done a sequel right after the first game.
Unleash some of thy powers.
Oh, their boost superseded my boost. That's lame. Okay, S-Chain.
S-chain.
We need to heal Cosmos. Boost in Ziggy here. He can throw out a heal.
Use this.
But yeah, at some point I will play all the Xenosagas. Luckily I already own them and I don't have to worry about buying them. Because I wouldn't want to be thinking about that right now. I guess we're just setting up an attack here. T-posing all over this boss, yeah, for sure. Okay, let's do downforce now. Xenosaga is still your all-time favorite game, so it gets your vote. You can't control how other people vote. Despite your theory, yeah. Yeah, such a sound theory as well. Probably should heal here, so let's do that.
Unleash some of thy powers.
And then we'll do our other status. Down decks. The misses really have come in clutch. Even though I think some of them happened when it didn't have the decks down. But, like, that's huge, because that's normally, like, 200 damage. And luckily, it doesn't seem to do that drain attack very often, or the push to the back row. Those are definitely the two worst ones, so it's nice not to be seeing those really often.
Let's go.
I guess it doesn't matter that those both missed, because they both would have done 0 damage anyways. This is the only one we care about. We're doing this fight very inefficiently. Just when we get all our debuffs out, she throws out the Gigapure.
Charging. S-chain.
And without scan, I've completely lost track of where her health is at. It's probably around 2/3. I don't think we're down to half yet with how slow we're doing damage, but I really don't know. We know how much her max HP is. She started the battle with 6,500. And we've hit her a lot of times, but we're doing like $150 every time. Nice miss. Downforce. It used its push to the back row 7 times in a row. Oh my god. That sounds really, really dumb. But I guess that's what you get for choosing something as absurd as a solo character run. Okay, we've got all our buffs out, so Cosmos can actually do something else. So she can charge up for a tummy beam. I don't need to heal here, so let's do another Flame Wings. I gotta really take damage opportunities when I can get them, because we're playing such a long marathon game here with how little damage we're doing at a time. It would be really nice if she could attack Ziggy some of the time. She's like never attacking him. Okay, Tummy Beam.
Charging.
Doo-doo-doo. Oh no. Do this on Ziggy. Ugh, why do you have to do that on Cosmos? Do that on Ziggy. Okay, well we gotta heal here. She's boosting in. Hopefully it's not to kill Cosmos.
Unleash some of thy powers.
Okay, yes, hit Ziggy. Thank you. Oh, or just dodge it. Even better. Okay, fireball time.
Let's go. Meteor shot.
Okay, let's see. We still have our debuffs out, so I think we do a heal item here. Oh no. Okay, pushing Chaos to the back row. That's actually fine. We can just leave him there. Maybe we'll get lucky and we're limited to only one character in the back row at a time. Because all he's doing is using Ether, so unless this makes his Ether do less damage, which it did not, we can just leave him back there. Okay, please do this on Ziggy. Oh, you're doing it on Chaos. Okay, well at least she didn't do it on Cosmos. Okay, we're actually going to do a mid-heal item on Chaos here, and then he'll do the AoE heal. Very confusing, the way that looked in the bottom right. I had to make triple sure that I was selecting the right character. Okay, and now we'll do a healing do here.
Unleash some of thy powers.
When we first, early in the game, learned about the front row, back row mechanic, I thought we were going to get to use all 6 of our characters at once. Can you imagine? Suikoden style, like how overpowered we would be? This game would be stupid easy if you could have all 6 of your characters out. Shion, Chaos, Momo in the back row. Cosmos Jr., Ziggy in the front row. Devastating. Tummy Beam here? Yeah, I think so. Nobody's in kill range, as far as we know. Even with a 4th battle character? Yeah, probably. Probably. Just put Momo in the back row as like a dedicated healer, in, you know, with one of the 2 characters that benefits from that in front. Ooh, nice, we got a crit on it. 360. Okay, good. She's attacking Ziggy for once. We want that every time. He's the tank. Okay, we can afford to do a fire here. We are going to need to restore some ether points for Chaos pretty soon, though. Okay, 2 attacks in a row here. A miss is very good. Thank you, Dex down. What if you missed this one, too? Still, 34 damage is basically nothing. So, we'll take that. What are we doing here? We're attacking. She's being nice on the Gigapure this cycle. We are setting up. Okay, this is the one we hate. We'll go ahead and do an AoE here. Get full value on that for the most part. And then we can do an item heal on him after. Tummy Beam. Maybe we can get another crit. So we're still building up boost points. We just can't use them. I thought this status effect was the reverse. So that's actually pretty handy. As soon as that status goes away, we can use the boost points really quick before she takes them away again. We fire here? Yeah. Fire. Critical 0 is so funny to see. Zero times 1.75 is in fact 0. Yes, attack Ziggy, please. Thank you. He can take it. We'll do an item heal here, like we said. Get Chaos caught up. Out of kill range. Charge here, because all of our statuses are still out. Oh, okay. Now we're going to have to reset them all. Well, we had a good run there. That was the longest stretch that we've had. We'll use all our boosts right away, because they're going to get taken away again. We can do fire here.
Unleash some of thy powers.
We got to get close. We got to be getting close to around 50 attacks executed on this boss, which would be about what it would take for 6,500 damage. So we probably are getting decently close to finishing off this boss. Okay, we need S-Chain here.
Charging. S-Chain.
Oh, we got to do that game Gush. I forgot. We're charging. And then, is this going to be Tummy Beam? Yeah. Or no, this is going to be Down Force. Down Force and Down Dex definitely seem to be helping us, especially Down Dex, because she has missed a lot. Alright, so the enemy's boost seems to always supersede your boost. I assumed that boosting was kind of like ledge hogging in Smash Bros, where like only one person could boost at a time, but apparently that's not how it works, and the enemy always gets priority. Alright, we'll do fire here.
Let's go.
And then next turn I'll probably have Chaos use an Ether Restore while health is still high. Unless that changes by the time it gets to his turn. Okay, and now we do Down Dex. She's boosting. Okay, thank you for attacking Ziggy. Nice miss. Setting up. Thank you for attacking Ziggy. Another miss. Wow, we are really benefiting from Down Dex. Okay, we're going to go ahead and use our Ether Pack S on this turn. Hopefully that's enough to get us to the end of the battle. Oh, come on. She never uses that on Ziggy. It's like she knows. Okay, we got a heal here, unfortunately, instead of doing Tummy Beam. And we'll do fire.
Let's go.
And then we'll do Healing Dew next Chaos turn. Get that last boost in. Nice miss. Man, we're getting so many of those. That's incredible. Okay, we'll do Healing Dew here. So we're doing very well in this fight from a defensive standpoint. We're just kind of doing laughably poor offensively. Which I guess has been the theme for a lot of fights in this game so far. Tummy Beam.
Charging.
Oh, you can do more than one of these at once. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, you can't? Or maybe it has a chance to fail? Because Cosmos didn't move to the back row. Interesting. Okay. Let's do a mid-heal here. Just in case she decides to do a drain next turn. And then we can go back to fire here. Alright, so I guess leaving Chaos in the back row is the play. I wonder if having him in the back row in the formation would affect her ability to send another character to back row. You wouldn't think so. Fire.
Let's go. Meteor shot.
Boop, boom, beep, boop, boop, boom. All right, tell you what we're gonna do, folks. I gotta go grab the little guy since this fight is dragging on. It's past time for him to get going on his lunch, and when I come back, we'll do this game Gush that we were supposed to do a little bit ago, just as a breather before we get back into this fight and wrap it up. Hopefully, see you in a few minutes. All right, we are back. Thanks for waiting. Little guy is away. Oh yeah, I said we were going to do the game Gush. Let's do that. We're going to do a segment that was unlocked a little bit earlier. A classic Backlog Boys segment where we reach back into the backlog, pull a game down off the shelf, share our thoughts and feelings and memories about it, and why we think it's great. We always keep it spoiler-free when relevant. And we call it Game Gush. I'm gonna switch mics and engage some spunky music. Today's Game Gush is brought to you by Broken Quest, and we're gonna be talking about a very special game from a very special franchise that is near and dear. We are going to be talking about the very first Metal Gear Solid game. Nice save there. Broken Quest wanted me to talk about Twin Snakes, which is very interesting because I don't own Twin Snakes, but Twin Snakes is the version of Metal Gear Solid 1 that I actually played. I've never played the PS1 version of Metal Gear Solid, and I haven't played like the version of it that's in the Legacy Collection, which is like the version that I own. I rented Twin Snakes from Gamefly back in the day, and that was the version of Metal Gear Solid 1 that I played at the time, because I think at the time there was like, I had like absolutely no interest in going back to the PS1 version of it. Like, it looked too like janky and archaic to me at the time, and the idea of the like more familiar like PS2 GameCube kind of graphical style of Twin Snakes just looked way more interesting to me. I think it's a really cool version of the game. And then I also got to benefit from the special like Nintendo-centric quotes of Psycho Mantis for that version of the game, which was really cool. Which I would like to talk more in depth about, but in case you haven't played the original Metal Gear Solid, that would be one of the worst things to spoil for you. But there are so many reasons why Metal Gear Solid is an amazing, phenomenal, time-tested, staying power kind of game. There's just a lot of like fanfare to everything. You know, it has that classic Kojima flair where like stuff that shouldn't feel epic is really epic, like an inane conversation between two characters, or like a otherwise goofy interaction or boss fight has like some like action movie flair added to it. It was very special. I didn't play any Metal Gear Solid games until around that era, like the mid-2000s, because I wasn't interested in stuff like that when I was younger than that, and I also like wasn't allowed to play like shooting games or mature-rated games as a kid. But even though I wasn't allowed to, I also wasn't interested in it, so it was just like double like off my radar. And then when Metal Gear Solid 4 was announced, I was like, I want to play that game. That game looks amazing. Wow, I'm finally gonna play a Metal Gear Solid. And I remember posting about it on a forum that I was an avid daily member of at the time, and one of my good acquaintances on the forum was like, "Oh, I didn't know you played Metal Gear Solid. That's cool." And I was like, "Oh, I've never played one. This is gonna be my first one." And they were like, no it isn't. You have to play Metal Gear Solid 1 through 3 before you're allowed to play this game. And I was like, oh. And I like trusted and respected this person's opinion. So I was like, okay, that could be kind of cool. So I had to figure out like how I could play them all. And getting a PS1 copy of Metal Gear Solid didn't feel super realistic at that time. Plus that wasn't the version of it that I wanted to play. And the GameCube version seemed very accessible. So that's the version of that I played. And then I played Sons of Liberty on PS2 and Snake Eater on PS2. And then I was ready. But then I ended up not playing MGS4 until like 2011 because it took me forever to get a PS3. But Metal Gear Solid was like a very special first step on a journey to like definitely one of my favorite series of all time. I still have to play MGS5 someday. I know the, the discussions that surround Metal Gear Solid 5, but I still have to play it. I have it, like the full, like, final complete edition. I just have never, I've never played it. We played, God, what is it called? The PSP one from this collection, Peace Walker. We played Peace Walker like a year ago, year and a half ago. That was a fun one to play on stream. But before that, it had been a very long time since I had played a Metal Gear Solid game. So I haven't necessarily got the itch, but someday I'll get to 5. But MGS1 is very special. I would like to try the PS1 version someday, but it's certainly not high up on my list. It's probably more likely of a game that I would replay because it wouldn't take me very long versus like, an RPG that I want to replay or, something longer. So maybe someday that could happen. And this would be the version that I would replay because it's the one that I have, but also it's a version that I haven't played. So that's kind of exciting too. I did play a little bit of Metal Gear Acid on the PSP. Yeah, that was a wild one, to be sure. Portable Ops is always the one that I would tell people not to sleep on. That was a pretty fun little experience as well. And that's not in this collection. That's like the one thing that's missing from this collection that a lot of people were sad about. It doesn't have Portable Ops. But there's some neat little nuggets in there. Peace Walker is definitely more of a legit game than Portable Ops, as far as like how it contributes to the canon and whatever else, production value. But Portable Ops is cool. Anyways, Metal Gear Solid. The old Legacy Collection. All right. Thank you for that little break in the action. Let's get back to this boss fight, and hopefully we can wrap it up. I feel like we've got to be getting close here. I can't remember if we have down force and down decks on right now. I think we do. So I'm just going to proceed. And try to set Cosmos up for a attack here. Yeah, downforce is significantly nerfing that attack, so that's extremely helpful. I almost want to heal Cosmos here because she's in kill range for Drain. So I should probably do that. We'll just do an item heal. All right, we're setting up with Ziggy. Okay, well, it's a good thing I did that, otherwise she would have died. That was the right move. Do we do Tummy Beam here, or do we heal? We have a really good thing going here, and we're playing very defensively, so I think it makes sense to continue to do so, even though we might be very close to the end. Yo, Sorless, welcome in. Thank you. I am a big fan of the Chocomog shirt. Thank you for recreating it with emotes. That's very, very convenient. Oh, we got another turn here? Interesting. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do the attack here. And then we'll have Chaos do the heal. Well, you have a tattoo of a Moogle riding a Chocobo. Nice. Classic Final Fantasy cutie combo. Chocomog. Okay, and then we'll use this turn to... I guess we can just do Healing Dew here. That's fine. Yeah. This technically doesn't get Cosmos out of drain kill range, but I'm gonna hope that that's not a problem. Or I guess it does get her out of kill range. Alright, this should be pretty nerfed still. Yep, that's fine. We'll do fire here. Man, this is a slow fight. Alright, hitting us with the Gigapure here. Boosting in with Ziggy just to charge up again real quick. Use it while we can. This will be a mid-heal item on Cosmos. And everybody's out of kill range. Now we need to get S-Chain back on. Also have a Black Mage, White Mage, Tribal Moogle, and Golbez from the FF4 logo. Very nice. What is a Tribal Moogle? I don't think I've ever heard that before. Okay, this is going to be not nerfed. Until we get Downforce back on. I think we're all going to get our turns after this, so should be okay to go ahead and use Downforce here. Oh, maybe not. She's boosting in. Okay, attacking Ziggy. That's good. Okay, we'll do another item heal here. Because Cosmos just always needs to be healed for some reason. And this is fire. Oh, links are blocked in my chat, Sorless, so those aren't going through. Oh, okay, so we can have two characters in the back row. Now Ziggy's in the back row. Well, we'll just immediately move him. So I guess that just has a chance to miss? And that's why it didn't work on Cosmos? Okay. Now we need to do down Dex. You want the FF13 Lassie tattoo? Someone offered to do it for free. Whoa. Oh yeah, that's a weird situation to be in. Somebody offered to do it and for free, so you don't want to seem like ungrateful or like annoying. I guess we could do a healing do here. We'll do the do.
Unleash some of thy powers.
Yeah, the Lassie brand is just asking to be a tattoo. FF4 is your favorite. It's a solid choice for a favorite Final Fantasy. Very, very like quintessential Final Fantasy, in my opinion. Like it's like the formula tradition establishing Final Fantasy. Like there were a lot of series traditions established in 1 and in 2 and in 3, but so many of them were established in 4. Like mechanical traditions, narrative traditions, design traditions, just like so much of it. I always equate it to Zelda. Like FF4 is like the Link to the Past of the Final Fantasy series. That like most of the later ones are kind of like iterated and foundationed upon. We can do... Oh, we kind of need another heal here, actually. Okay. Alright, the little guy's all done, and he's getting really chatty, so I'm going to move him in a second. We also need to run another ad. So I'll try to be on top of that. Let's just do that right now. Okay, we're good. No ATB. It's not Final Fantasy. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. If you're not in ads, you're going to see the Smash Bros. Fight. And thank you for being here. We'll be back in a few.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Pikachu.
Alright, sorry about that extended break there, folks. The ad didn't run when I started the Smash match, so we've just been sitting here on the rewards screen while the ad's finished up. Now we're back. Pikachu wins again. 5-1. 5-1. One more and Pikachu will clinch the matchup, but still 5 more rounds to go. After Yoshi versus Pikachu is going to be Link versus Donkey Kong. If you want to pick who fights after that, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. You can pick any character except for Jigglypuff or Link for matchup number 55. Because Jigglypuff and Link have done all of their matchups now. Or Link is about to do his last one. And then whoever we get picked for the red corner, I'll let you know who the options are for blue. For the opponent. Okay, we're gonna do Tummy Beam here. Highlander Games coming in with a character selection. Thank you very much. Samus will be our red corner fighter for matchup number 55. Your options for opponents, if you would like to pick an opponent for Samus in matchup number 55, your choices are Ness, Kirby, and Fox. Ness, Kirby, and Fox. We can go ahead and boost in here while we're able. We've got to be getting super close to the end of this fight. Alright, SNES coming in for Ness. Thank you, SNES, for choosing your anagram, Ness. You sniped Cheaty. Great minds, he says. Alright, so matchup number 55 will be Samus versus Ness. And that channel point redeem is always open. We can continue to select characters all the way until we have all the remaining matchups planned out. So if you got sniped there and you were hoping to burn some channel points, you can continue to burn them if you like. Okay, I think we finally throw out a fire here. It's been a while. Yeah, we're at the point where we can just kind of very easily visually see what matchups are remaining. We're getting right down to the wire. There's only 66 total matchups, and we've now scheduled through number 55, so not a long ways to go. It's still going to take a while time-wise, so don't expect the big blowout post-season tournament bracket to come anytime soon. That probably won't happen until like late January, early February, if I had to guess. It's time for another Tummy Beam. Yeah, you gotta use them somehow, that's right. And the freaking alerts are broken today, so can't burn them on that. I gotta figure out what's going on with that. I would just say spend them all on cursed, blurst videos. Okay, who are you pushing? Huh, so maybe that attack just doesn't work on Cosmos for some reason. I don't know why it wouldn't, but that's the second time she's tried to push Cosmos back and it hasn't worked. Are we doing fire here? Yeah, we're doing fire here.
Unleash some of thy powers.
Please die. We've got to be so close here. Cosmos is too heavy. I mean, Cosmos probably is absurdly heavy. Cosmos probably weighs like 1,100 pounds. I wonder if that's in the manual, actually.
Let's go. Meteor shot.
Yeah, lots of metal. And probably some fluids, too. There we go, finally. What a long, boring fight.
Don't take it too hard. You didn't stand a chance.
Probably could have been a little bit better if I had remembered to set the skills that I shopped for specifically for that fight. But that took a stupid amount of time. Just gonna do that now. Yeah, this would have been very useful. But apparently most of its attacks were physical. And then this would have allowed us to do double damage. Although that's probably more useful for somebody like Chaos. And then this really wouldn't have come into play that much, but we're going to give it to him anyways. Which one do we want with Xion? Max heal or the revive? I don't even know. Or do we give her both and take this away? Because we don't use it very much. Maybe we do that. Because that number is slowly going up. Cosmos weighs 203 pounds. Wow, they must be using some very, you know, fancy futuristic metals then. Okay, let me put Xion back in the party because we're going to have to backtrack back to the top so we can save again. And I want to be able to run away for free. Because she's dainty. And we got to remember to move the elevator up before we go up there. So this is going to take a minute.
Poor lost souls, may you be reborn again anew.
Oh. Guard. Goodbye. She's made of future material. Yeah, that's a succinct way to put it. Okay, now we gotta go in here and press the button. Ah, there we go. Thank you for the lore, Blashu. Nanotube? We have no idea what a nanotube is made out of. I don't think we know what tetracytos is. We know what Kevlar is. Largely carbon. Nanotube is made out of tube, it is known. Nanos. Oh, have we ever been here before? This feels brand new. Yep, this is brand new. Wow. Cool. Some accessories. Oh, and an enemy. This thing looks scary.
Target locked on. Commencing combat.
It's all by itself. Oh my goodness. Athra 26 series. 3000 HP. I have a feeling that this thing is really annoying. It might have, like, a good item or something that it gives me if I beat it, but I kind of don't care, and I'm also, like, not equipped for it right now. We could, like, save and come back and scout it and maybe see, but I kind of get the vibe that it's just here to be a pest. Unless there's, like, another item past it. Which I guess we could find out pretty easily. Let's look at these other accessories that we just got, though. So this one is an ether-oriented version of this one. That makes sense. That's cool. And then, what was the other thing that we just got? The first one... Defibrillator vest. Prevents instant KO. Oh my god, that's incredible. I'm sure we'll need that at some point. We've already dealt with one boss that did instant KO. I'm sure that's a level 5 skill that we'll probably never get to extract. Alright, let's take a look over here. Ah, there is more past it. Okay, so there could be like a really good item in that 4th container. And who knows, maybe there's even more that way. We could probably just run cheese it, though. Let me give that a try. Let me top off health. Not going to worry about my party. Oh, he's... Wait. Where was he? Was he in the 4th one all along?
Target locked on.
I think this is going to work just fine, though.
Combat.
You can just run from this thing a couple of times. Oh, he's guarding a red door. And we have the key. Yeah, we're just gonna have to run from this thing a bunch of times. I feel like this is probably his primary purpose, is to guard this door. And not because he holds some amazing item. He probably does have a good item. Most of the enemies seem to have half-decent items, so... But he just looks really annoying. W Hammer Rod. Is that a weapon for Momo? Or is that an accessory? Pretty much all of these have been accessories. It isn't a weapon. Oh wow, physical attack plus 10 and confusion status against B and G types. That could be a really good way to get Momo involved. Confusion in this game is pretty good.
Get out of my way, or else.
It's very convenient that we had the key already. Nice miss. It's probably a little silly of me to go all the way back up and save. Because there might be a save point as soon as we exit the tower to the south. But I don't know. So, just in case. Well, I'm glad that we stumbled upon that. I did not realize that there was a path we hadn't visited. So... we got lucky there.
All battle systems are go.
Yeah, thank goodness for the escape packs, right? We can save one here, because Xion gets to go. Get a freebie. I think I'm going the wrong way, though. I think I need to go back down and go up from a different place. Pardon me. Well, maybe I can do it from here. Maybe this is it. The map system really doesn't do us any favors with this place. Oh, nice little free juke there. I think this is the wrong ladder, though. Yeah. I'm like 100% positive that we already broke this barrel, but just in case. Can you maybe walk to the right of the ladder? No? You're just gonna hang out over there? Okay, whatever. Yeah, if it wasn't this easy to flee from battles in this game, this would be like a very appropriate place to just entirely quit the game. You'd be at like level 50 by the time you walked out of here. Are there Xenosaga minimap defenders, Shane? God, I hope not. Like, there are a few things that it is indeed useful for, but it is, like, in general, it's a pretty awful minimap.
Your orders, Xion?
For its time. Oh, I know you were being sarcastic, but I was wondering if you were, like, getting into character as a Xenosaga map defender because you had seen them before and come across them before. Okay, all of that stress and effort just so that we can come up here and save and then immediately turn around and go back down there to find out what's on the subsequent path. Okay, so the north tower is clear. I didn't save. That would have been disastrous. There we go. Tower 2, according to the game. Alright, and now we gotta go back down. And see, there's that screen right there with the 4 red things. I don't know why I didn't catch on to the fact that that was there. There was my visual clue. We just got lucky.
Cosmos, let's go.
Cosmos is like, let's not go. What if we didn't?
Target locked on. Commencing combat.
Guard. Goodbye.
Open ether circuit.
Yeah, let's go somewhere else. Exactly. Nice, got past him.
Poor lost souls, may you be reborn again anew.
Okay, guard. Goodbye.
Open ether circuit.
I love when they just like walk right into you while you're in your iframes and they like push you.
I won't let anyone die.
It's very silly. Okay, so when we get to the bottom here, we can exit to the south and find out if that's going to open a path to the third tower. I assume that's what's going on. Okay, are we on the bottom? Yes. Number 1. Alright, so we gotta go over here. We gotta hit the button to bring the ring back down. And then out and to the right. One more flea. Because of how silly this design is. I guess if they're, like we said before, if their main design focus was for security, creating security barriers, they absolutely succeeded. Because there is no streamlined way to get around here. Okay. Now we can finally walk this way and see what's out here. Watch, there's going to be a save point right out this door. Oh, another button. Okay, what is this going to do? Is this going to light the red or blue beacon at the top of this tower? All right. It's the red one. There's our bridge. And I'm assuming this elevator works now. Nice. Okay. So can I take this back up to the top? Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. I think I'm going to have to go back down and hit that other button one more time. Because the ring is still at the bottom. And now I won't be able to get back over there. And I wouldn't really need to go down there again. So it's probably better for me to put it up at the top. Because that way, if I wanted to go back to the Elsa, I could. I might want to go back to the Elsa and shop or do EVS or something. If we find a key. So let me go ahead and do that now. Because now it'll only take a second. Now that we have this elevator. Thank goodness. So unfortunately, I should have just walked through the door. But in the interest of safety, I convinced myself to go all the way back up the long, time-consuming way. And we didn't need to. But we didn't know that, so... Or wait, no, I won't be able to do this, because I won't be able to get back over to here. Okay, so I guess this is still like a one-way thing. That's so annoying. So if we wanted to go back to the Elsa, we would still have to like manually navigate back up to the top. And then on top of that, this elevator would still be down at the bottom. Oh, that's so annoying. So we can still get to the save point, which is good. But if we wanted to backtrack to the Elsa, it would take a really stupid long time. But I guess once we complete the connection back to the green tower, that won't be a problem anymore. So that's a temporary problem, technically. Or wait, I can hit this button from here and bring the ring back up. So that should be okay. I can just put this on the same save slot as the last one. Okay. So yeah, I think we want to do this. Now we can backtrack to the Elsa. No problem. If we need to. Or want to. Okay. I just forgot that this one wasn't configured the same way as the bottom one. Okay, the North Tower is done. That took a really stupid long time. Let's see what fresh hell we're in for in the West Tower. Okay, we have 5 doors. No, we have 3 doors. Really just 2. One is where we came from. Okay, what's the significance of me being able to see down below? Like, I can't see a lot. So we essentially have 2 doors, plus the one that I came in through. Alright. What's in here? Is this going to be the path to the other tower, like we would expect? Sounds like it. Okay, so I guess there's just one way to go for now. Purple canister. That's a new enemy. Still ran into it.
Target locked on. Commencing combat.
Jesus, another mob of 4. So these are B types. Okay, I'm still gonna run away from these, because they'll probably body me. I also want to see if just encountering them is enough to add them to the database, or if I have to, like, interact with them or defeat them. Because we've never tested that before. Cozy music for a sec. Odagog. Okay, so they either don't count as part of this, or we didn't get the entry because we didn't kill them. Nope. Oh, we've got a multi-level thing happening. We can get off there, but there's no reason to. What's down here? Oh, I see. That's very silly. Am I gonna need to... Oh, I see. I'm gonna need to redo that. With like 2 or 3 blocks left alone. And then go back up. To get whatever's to the left of here. Okay, there's only 2 of these. Let me try this. Go for the weaker one first. Do I want to do S-Chain? Sure, why not? It's guys are probably... I'm just going to assume that these guys are really, really strong. Oh, great. You have an instant KO. I love parentheses rare. To, like, try and reassure me. We need to heal here for sure.
Open ether circuit.
Okay, we'll hold off. Disable use of circle button? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. That is brutal. Ugh, there's the instant KO. Okay, we're definitely not gonna finish this fight. God, this place sucks, man. These enemies are so strong. Everything about this place screams Final Dungeon. The enemies are super strong. They all have, like, unique status effects that we haven't seen otherwise in the game anywhere else that are really, really busted. And it's really long and serpentine and annoying to navigate as well, with like puzzle mechanics and stuff. Okay, I reset the room here because I wanted to regenerate those boxes. So let me figure out our number here. I don't know if it's 3 or 2. Oh, I can do it from here. Okay, well that makes it really easy. That's going to be the only way to get that. Field ring. What's a field ring? Ah. Oh, boost pack is a accessory. I didn't even realize. I thought it was a consumable. Boost +1 at start of a battle. That's pretty amazing. Prevents stop. Okay. I don't think we've even encountered stop in this game. But that's definitely a good immunity to have. I should probably heal Cosmos too. Let's do that. Even though we're not going to be fighting anything. Just don't want to get wiped before we have a chance to run. Oh, we have another one of these. Okay. Well, let's go up here. Oh, this might be the opposite thing, though. Hold on. We might be able to get up there while it's at its full height. Because what's this way? A loading zone. Oh, well, if it's a loading zone, then we probably do want to do it in reverse order. Because that'll regenerate the boxes. Okay. So we'll check the mid-level first, then the bottom level. Oh, this is how we get up there. Okay. Oh, but there's 2 sides to this platform. Okay. So I think there's an item. Yeah, there's an item back there. And that's also a loading zone. Okay. There's a lot going on here. Let's take a peek up here real quick. Another enemy. And a bridge. Okay. This is a very interesting way to use the... Like, to turn the like mechanic of boxes regenerate when you leave a loading zone into like a less gamified concept. Like, usually when that happens in a game, it's like, oh, well, the developers are doing that to prevent the player from being able to, like, soft lock or, like, miss out on, like, a collectible item or whatever. But now it's turning it into, like, a real concept that exists, like, in this world, where the, you know, the characters have to be like, well, how are we going to get up there? It's like, oh, well, we're going to have to destroy some blocks to get the bridge across to where we need it to go. But we need to get up there eventually. It's like, oh, well, don't worry. We'll just walk out of the room and walk back in, and those boxes will magically regenerate. So where does this go? Is this going to go to the outer ring of the tower? Maybe there's a button I can press? Oh, okay. This allows me to see another area of the outer ring. Okay. So that's probably where that other door goes. Okay, so we're going to make this go all the way to the bottom. And I guess it also exists so that you can regenerate the boxes.
Your orders, Xion?
My orders are to run. Use an escape pack. If we don't get a silver save point at some point, we will have to backtrack to Elsa and buy escape packs. Alright, cool. We didn't have to use 2 on that. That's nice. Okay, doing this to regenerate the boxes. Gonna start throwing flashbangs when you're in a situation you don't want to be in anymore? Yeah, I mean, we find ways to do that figuratively, right? Okay, so we do this, and then we go down here, and then we kick out this door to, once again, regenerate the boxes. Because then we need them to be all the way up, so we can go all the way up the ladder and go to the right. Oh. Do I want to destroy these? I guess that's going to open this gate. Do I need to do these in a specific order? It says Song of Nephilim system. It appears that the room next to it has a device having something to do with sound. Okay. So green, red, blue might be the correct order. Is this right? Would something bad be happening if I wasn't doing it in this order? The sounds don't match up. Okay, I'm guessing I didn't do that right. Five, 1, 3. Okay, let me regenerate these. So maybe 1 on each layer makes that note. And there's a different combination for each of the layers. So that's the right note. That's not the right note. It's like a scale as it goes down, though. Oh, wait a second. Okay, wait a second. I think I get it. Okay. We need the same pitch to happen in the corresponding color's position. So I think we shoot the green one time, and then we shoot the red one until it makes the root sound, and then we shoot the blue one until it makes the third sound. So that one's done. There's the red sound. There. Okay. Tuning forks. If only Final Fantasy X-2's stupid final dungeon sound-based melody puzzle could have been as intuitive as that, and musical. Hi, Nima. Yeah, I see you. She's like, you could feed me an hour early if you wanted. I wouldn't mind. You know you could. Just letting you know you could. Yeah, this one could be very confusing. For sure. Alright, so we haven't gone the other way yet. Where does this go? This is going to lead to that lower path that we saw. What is this going to do? Is this going to light the beacon? Is Gondor about to call for aid? Oh, look at that door down there. Okay, maybe it's good that we're doing this part first. Will Rohan answer? Okay. Well... This is probably the path that leads me... Well, hold on. The other path could be the one that leads me to where that goes. Let me see what this is really quick. Oh. This is just going to take me up to that room that had a hole in the bottom of it? Okay, no, I don't want to do this yet. Because it would take me longer to get to that other path from there than from here. So we still need to go back and climb all the way to the top of that Snake Eater ladder. Listen. Oh wait, it's not tall enough. Oh, there's just a bridge there anyway. Okay.
Poor lost souls, may you be reborn again anew.
But at the hands of someone else, because we're out of here. Why would I want to destroy that? There's a whole jump down. No? First we get that. Nice. I'm assuming that's going to be a ledge that we haven't been to before, or it's going to be a quicker way to backtrack to the other wing of the dungeon. If it's the latter, We actually don't want it. And it'll cost us a lot of time. But unfortunately, I just have to know, so we're gonna do it. This area seems annoying, and in a weird twist, making me want to play the game. Okay, cool, this was worth it. Ether Pack DX is worth it. Medkit, not so much. Ooh, a chest. Ooh, a key. Okay, that was absolutely worth it. Have we found door 17 yet? We have not. Alright, we have 3 doors that we found with no key. 1 no key, no door. And then 1 door that we have not found yet, but we have the key. So there's only 2 doors that we haven't found thus far in the game. But still 4 keys. Not sure what to think about that. Oh, and we've actually been here before. I just never climbed the rest of the way up this ladder to get that key. Let's see. We want to do this to get where we're going next most efficiently. And it doesn't really seem like the keys, or the door numbers for that matter, correspond with, like, the value of their contents, or, like, how early of an area they are in. It may correspond with it, but it doesn't really seem to. So, I'm trying not to worry about the fact that the keys that we're missing are all from, like, low number, early found doors. But that could be an issue. That could mean that we've missed some chests. Ooh. Spinny triangle. Alright. And now we can go this way, and I'm assuming I can just walk all the way across to backtrack to the Elsa quickly. The triangle spins, yet Cosmos does not. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that. I guess that just means that it's like a hologram or something. So can I walk over here? Yeah, that electricity doesn't matter, apparently. But we want to go this way. Because we want to backtrack to the shop. On the Elsa. This would also probably be the best time to, like... well, not necessarily the best time, I should say. But this would probably be the best, like, save point position to be in for grinding. Now that we have access kind of all around the tower circuit. Because we could focus on specific mobs that we want to focus on. Depending on what their yields are, we could shop that. Figure out like what characters we want to build up in what way. For what skills. But without knowing what's next and what we're working towards, that doesn't feel productive. So... I'm gonna press on, and presumably walk into like a cutscene and find out what's next, and then we can decide if it's grind time or not. Okay, so we need to stock up on escape packs. We can afford it. I forgot to press right, so we're gonna stack those up because we be using them. I can grab another handful of revives here. And probably should grab a couple more of these low-level ether packs, too, just for topping off. We can get 2,000 worth. That's great. I think we're good beyond that. I guess we should be using these from time to time too. I haven't used one of these the entire game. 22 is probably enough actually, where we don't need to buy any more of those. Okay. We bought this for Momo and never gave it to her, and then we just found one that's even better in a special chest. None of this stuff has changed. Leave that all alone. Okay, we're restocked on items. Let's save again. We'll call this Elsa restock. 3 towers clear. The towers are the players. The towers are the players, y'all. Oh, wait. I didn't save. It's easy to get tricked into thinking that this is the save. Okay. Let's go see what's at the bottom of the tower. Is it albedo? Is it more dungeon? Is it something else? And I guess we're about to get hit with another ad, so I should probably do that before we go down there, because there's one more other thing I need to do, and this is a good time for it. So let me go right up to the elevator. There we go. We got to do this whole thing again. Okay, so all but 3. We destroy all but 3. To the 6th floor. And then we go out this door. Gobi's doing some chew time. What a good puppy. Okay. So I'm going to run another ad. And when I get back, we're going to operate the elevator. Find out what's at the bottom. See you in a few minutes.
This game's winner is Yoshi.
All right. Yoshi showed up. Apparently. This one's not over yet, folks. As soon as Pikachu gets to game point, Yoshi's like, hold on a second, I was here first. I was the first cute Nintendo character. Alright, little guy. This old dog. Still in the fight. Can Yoshi claw it back? And win 4 in a row to clinch the matchup for the upset of the week? Probably not. But we'll see. It's possible. Unlikely, but possible. Alright. Bump, bump, bump. Let's get our scores updated on the screen. And go back to the game. We're going to go down this elevator. And see what waits at the bottom. Or who. It looks like we're about to go into another elevator. I bet this is a cutscene. It's Albedo.
You... Please spare me from any trite lines like, you're still alive? Life and death are merely empty words, lacking any power over me. By the way, did you ever bother telling the girl? Does she know that we're monsters, both you and I?
Momo!
I want the me that's inside you.
Momo! Momo!
That's not her. That's...
Free from the bonds of flesh, a pure consciousness has no true form. All that exists is the longing for reality.
Get off me!
Did you see that, Mapesh? You're witness to his true nature right now. A consciousness desperately struggling to stay alive. Such a pitiful sight. This is unseemly, Ruby Toe.
Junior.
Albedo! Get your stinking hands off of her! Or else I'll...
You'll do something if I do this.
You mother!
You mother.
What pain! So sweet, so alive. Pain is such a vital part of realizing one's existence. Try to remember, Rubido, what it takes, what you must do. Or have you lived in peace for so long that you've completely forgotten?
I don't give a damn about what you have to say. Just give her back!
I don't think so. I'll just take what I want and proceed with my plans. And along the way, I'll make you remember who you really are.
Shut up! I don't need some freak contaminated by Udu to tell me.
Oh.
Junior?
Contaminated? Not quite. More like evolved. I experienced but a fragment of my true power that day. The waves that inundated my body are now a part of me. I've reached a higher stage of existence compared to you incomplete mortals. I am the Alpha and the Omega of perfect consciousness.
Stop it!
Oh, this is nice. Don't you want to give it a try?
Mama!
Impossible. Is that nanotechnology?
No.
Ziggy's like, I want that.
Nano machines can't work anywhere near that fast. And besides, not even the research laboratories have models with head regenerating capabilities yet.
He's a URTV. Just like Junior.
What?
URTVs. They were created for the express purpose of eradicating Udu.
Ah, okay. We got to pause for a second. There's a lot to catch up on here. Okay, so let's kick the notes cam out for a second here. The party witnesses Albedo's regenerative power. And confirms it is beyond the capabilities of nanotechnology or anything they have seen. Chaos recognizes Junior and Albedo as URTVs and says their purpose is to eradicate Udu. So we knew that Junior and Gaignin and Albedo were URTVs up to this point, but the party didn't know that, and we don't really know what being a URTV means. So those were two big reveals. Okay, back to the scene.
Rubido, You still don't remember? Or could it be fear? You're frightened, is that it? Am I right? I can't blame you. The only thing that matters to you is yourself. Rubido. So cruel. And yet this girl clings to you so dearly. Isn't it pitiful? One more layer. Just one more layer, and then I'll have everything inside of her. I'm sure you know what that means, Rubido. Now then, I wonder how much more she can take.
Whoa.
This is the extent of my power. Nobody can stop the events that are about to unfold. All I can do is delay the inevitable for just a while longer. But at the least, I can entrust this to you. The events are starting to come together. Soon you will meet them. So until then...
So that's Joachim Mizrahi. I'll have you show me everything you left within my pesh. What? Ah.
Momo. Are you okay?
I see! It all makes sense now! But now, Rubido, how about we enjoy a moment or two together? Come on. Our time has arrived.
Okay, this is a battle.
This is no ordinary force. Everyone, be careful.
Okay. Let me finish writing here really quick. Albedo boards his eggs, and a battle ensues. Okay, that was a lot of info, but I didn't have to stop too many times to catch up, so that's nice. I think I pretty well understand what was presented there. I still have a lot of questions. It seemed like whatever Junior did there was like a special power that allowed him or the party or Cosmos to like enter into the link between Albedo's brain and Momo's brain to like get him out of her mind, to like stop him from doing whatever he was doing, and that kind of like severed the link. Pretty sure that's what happened there. Obviously, we'd like to know more about how that works, and what URTVs are and are capable of compared to something like a human or a Realian. We still don't really know, but we know more than we did before that cutscene. So Okay, so we're in a big boss fight here against this giant eggs named Simeon. Which I'm sure is a meaningful name to something. And is some kind of cheeky Takahashi nod. I don't really want to do this fight right now, but I guess I should take the opportunity to scout it. I can do a scan with Shion. We know that this is an M type, which I guess stands for like mech. I guess it's like Beast Mech Gnosis is what B, M, and G are roughly targeting. Or maybe just mechanical, not necessarily mech. So these aren't useful in this fight, which means we probably wouldn't use Cosmos in this fight. Oh, thank you, Shane. Yes, I left the notes cam up. Actually, let's see if that works. Doesn't look like that's working. Very interesting what's working with the bot today and what's not. Oh, that's probably a better guess, Balrogic. Let's see. I'm just trying to think how I could make the most of this first turn as far as like scouting goes. There's not really anything cool that I can do with Cosmos here to learn something. I guess just use like an ether attack. Okay, and then with Shion, we're definitely going to analyze. 8,400 HP. No weakness. Not a whole lot to really glean here. So I guess this would be our chance to capitalize on some of the M-related abilities that we've seen up to this point. I'm just gonna assume that I'm like not properly equipped for this fight. Plus we came in with like not full health and not full ether points and all that sort of thing too. So I'm going to reset. I'm just trying to think, is there anything else I want to like I don't think there's going to be any elemental relationship. I'm assuming that if any of the elements were going to do more than any of the other, it would tell me and his weaknesses. Same thing with like the tech attacks. So that makes that aspect of it really straightforward. We just want to use the most powerful tech attacks that we have. That makes that part of it really easy. The other thing that we'll want to look at is, I guess, just kind of like basic stats. I guess we could find out if, like, eggs is good against eggs. And if, like, now is the time that we finally, like, invest some money into eggs. And this is, like, our eggs fight. Or if we just fight this guy normally. So here's what I'll do. It takes a full turn to get into the eggs. So let me just do a regular attack with Chaos. And actually, we might as well just do a short or a high-speed Angel Blow here. This will give me a good indicator of damage. Okay, that's decent damage. Let's see how much the Tummy Beam does. Theoretically, this should be like 450. if Angel Blow was 280. But I guess that was a crit, so maybe not necessarily. Oh, okay, never mind. Psycho Vise. What a name. If all of his attacks are single target, that's fantastic. Is there anything else we can learn via Xion here? I don't think we have a consumable that's really useful here. Well, we could put Xion in her eggs. Wow, her eggs is so bad. She might just die before it gets to do anything. We'll put Chaos in his too. Go after Cosmos. How about a punch? 0 damage. That tracks with what we've seen so far. Okay, this is Chaos's turn. Let's see. I guess we'll try... The first two, I think, are exactly the same thing. So I don't think we'll learn anything there. Let's just do this. That does no damage. Okay, that's good to know. What about this? No damage. Okay, so eggs is probably not the answer, which is good. That's what we want to hear. This seems like a prime boss to have some kind of like change in AI at some point throughout the fight. We have a lot of special abilities that are for M-type enemies, though, so that could be fun to play around with. Oh, he's talking to us. Okay, well, this might be exactly what I was talking about. He just said, I wonder if you'll survive the next attack. So this is like a cue to, like, guard or something, because he's going to do some kind of, like, massive attack. Let's do this. Let's have... Chaos stay in the eggs and guard, and we'll have Xion get out. Okay, that was a single target attack. Oh, he's saying it again. Okay, so is he gonna do that same attack again? Big disparity in damage there. I think another thing that will probably be good to exploit in this fight is, like, farming boost to just get tons and tons of actions. Because we've got a couple of different ways that we can do that. And we could just invest in, like, all of them at once. And maybe on, like, one character. It feels canonically appropriate to use Junior for this fight, but historically he's been horrendous against eggs and done 0 damage. So I probably won't bring him in. We'd have to reload the save and come back down here again to test it, which I'm not certain that I want to do. His ether defense recovery is temporarily down after this attack. Interesting.
I'm sorry, everyone.
So he just keeps doing that? So, okay, it showed Cosmos when he said that, so does that mean he's gonna use it on Cosmos and we can rely on that? Let me try this really quick. Okay, that does damage. So Cosmos is doing good damage. She could very well potentially stay in this fight just as a attacker. None of her like status moves are going to be useful like they were in the last fight, but she's doing a lot of damage and she's gaining good boost. Okay, so is he going to do aired on Cosmos? Okay, that's actually really nice that he telegraphs who he's going to use it on.
Shutting down.
I wonder if he can use that against an Eggs or not. Because that's doing really good damage too. Okay, that looks like the same attack, but it didn't telegraph in the same way. Maybe because he's the only character alive? Okay. I think I've seen enough. There's probably more to this fight than what I've seen so far, but that's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and reset here. We already got him down to like half health, just kind of like goofing around, so I'm not super worried. We might be able to just wing this without a special build or a special gambit. My PS2 laser is getting slow. I can tell. Okay, so let's take a look at a couple of things here. Actually, we're going to take a look at a great many things. Did I write this save down? I don't know if I did. Yeah, I did. Just before the cutscene writing. Okay. Let's see. Let's take... Where do we want to start? Let's start with tech attacks. Okay, so S-Chain is still going to be useful. It inflicts the status effects on M-types as well. So that really builds a case for Cosmos. She was doing really good damage, but being able to do the status thing on top of it would be huge. So she's likely to stay in. Let's take a look at Xion here. B&G. Okay. She doesn't have anything that's going to be especially useful offensively, but she's a support character anyways. How about Chaos? Chaos has this pilot KO against M-types, but I'm assuming that's like a one-hit KO thing that's going to work against like regular enemies that are M-type and not a boss that's an M-type. So I'm not even going to try that. As much as I love cheese, we don't have any specific reason to bring Ziggy here, I don't think. Unfortunately, the two characters that care the most about Momo can't do anything. Also, we glossed over, I didn't mention this or bring it up or anything, but like, Momo has been in our party this whole time, but also she is captive of Albedo. So that kind of like rekindled in my mind, because I kind of forgot, because there's been so many days of like no story progress playing the game. So I don't know what to think about that. Like, I can put Momo in the party. So, I don't know what to think about that. That could be, like, the game just kind of, like, being nice mechanically. We're like, oh, she's not actually with you, but just in case you've, like, made her your best character, we're still gonna let you, like, use her in this fight from a mechanical perspective, even though canonically she's not in your party. Which would be very unprecedented for an RPG to do. But I could see the way to something like that. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like our party is being funneled for this fight though. Because like Junior never does damage to eggs. Ziggy doesn't have any type of special advantages here, and Momo's not actually here. And plus, Momo is also like our least invested, least capable character. So that kind of like defaults us to Cosmos Chaos Xion, which has been our kind of our main party, but we were using Junior a lot. So maybe we can just kind of use that as a starting point for everything here. Let's look at Ether again. We kind of used a lot of Ether points for most of these characters, so I don't think we're going to have any to use. Xion might be able to learn something. Oh, we could do this boost thing. Okay, this might be the play. Xion could just sit there and heal and boost on every turn that she's not healing, and just make Chaos and Cosmos have a ton of actions. We need to move the Double Buster around and the other accessories probably from the previous party. We won't need this if we have Chaos. So I think we're better off going for the boost thing. And then Chaos hasn't learned anything in a while. He doesn't have enough points for that. What is that one? Because we could use a consumable to get it if we really wanted to. That one is... Oh, that one's the AoE revive once per battle. I'll hold off on that, but I do want to remember that that's there in case we get, like, completely stonewalled by this fight. And he has some kind of, like, you know, oh, I'm at half HP now, time for my big AoE attack that you didn't know that I had. You know, and that's, like, the perfect response to it or whatever. So we'll keep that in our back pocket. None of these AoE magic that he has are going to be useful. Or really any of the other abilities that he has ahead are going to be useful. Some of Cosmos's could be useful. She doesn't have any points to use, but we could give her some if we really, really wanted to. Let me update her chart, actually, because I've been keeping track of which ones I actually have. Since I've uncovered them all, and I know what they are, I forget which ones I have already. So we have Down Ether, and we have Ether Limit. Gate would not help us. I'm sure this satellite attack is pretty strong. We would need a lot of Ether points to get that one, though, because we're 2 evolutions away from that. So I don't think that is a reasonable use of our... Oh, wait a second. Xion. Hold the phone. Okay. Xion has this boost ability that we want, but this ability is also really good because this is a Dex down for M enemies, which is what we're up against. And Dex down was amazing in the last battle. So both of these, we could really do some trivializing of albedo. And we wouldn't need that many extra points to get it, because these both cost 180. We have 210, so 360 minus 210, that is 150 points that we would need. It's a nice even number that we could get with consumables as well, which is super cool. So I think that's actually worth doing. So let's just do that. I'm liking how this is turning out already. So we have these ether upgrades here that we've been not farming, but we are like stockpiling. That's the word I'm looking for. We're stockpiling these the whole game, and we haven't used them. So these are worth 50. So 3 of these gives us the exact balance that we want. 1, 2, 3. Yay, now we can feel good that we finally used some of those. You're so glad that I am the way that I am with games. And in general, taking notes, thinking critically, figuring out mechanics on my own. Well, thank you, Cheaty. That's really nice of you to say. I think it would be very difficult for me to change these things about myself, so I'm glad that you're enjoying them. It makes for fun and engaging content, unlike someone who is just blazing through with a guide. You're guilty of the latter yourself, and you wish you were more like me. Oh, well, that's very, very flattering and kind of you to say, Cheaty. I mean, assuredly, I know most of you probably wouldn't be here if you weren't, like, along for the ride for a lot of this, like, pedantic pen and paper type of stuff. But I recognize that it's not the most entertaining thing in the face of, like, other more engaging things. So I appreciate the reassuring. I certainly enjoy it, and I always assume that I enjoy this kind of stuff more than you guys, but knowing that some of you do enjoy it is very important. Because a lot of the stuff that I do is just for my enjoyment, but a lot of it is also literally so that I could have a hope of, like, internalizing and understanding literally anything. Because a lot of this stuff, like, can't ever really get committed to long-term memory. So it has to, like, live in the short to mid-term memory and have a way for me to, like, recall it with, like, some shorthand, and then my brain can be like, oh yeah, and then fill in the gaps and, like, remember the rest of the thing. Okay, so 360 skill points, Exactamundo, we're going to learn Boost 1, and we're going to learn Jamming. PogChamp. To you, it shows that I'm invested and that I actually care. Well, those two things are definitely true, Blushu. I am very invested and I definitely care. So I'm glad that that is apparent. You like the note-taking for Xenosaga, your favorite JRPG plot, so you appreciate the extra time to really look onto everything. Yeah, I don't know, like, if there are people out there that can just play this game just by paying attention to it and understand all this kind of, like, subtext stuff, like, I bow to them. I don't know how anybody could have a hope, a prayer of understanding some of this stuff without, like, being this attentive and, like, digging into it and, like, going slow and taking small bites and all that kind of thing. It's the only way I can do it. I want to understand. I don't want to get to the end of a game. Like, that's my biggest fear, is that I'm going to get to the end of a game and be like, what just happened? Why did we do that? Why did we do anything? Why? Like, what? You know, that's, like, my biggest fear. So I like, that's a big reason for doing this too, is, like, I want to give myself the best odds possible of reaching the credits and feeling like what I did meant something and I know what happened. And I, like, am able to, like, make some memories on the journey that I went on. Okay. Let's see, where did we leave off? We just did Shion's Ether. and I can mark these off on my little deal here. So we have boost 1 and jamming now. We don't need any ether skills for Cosmos or Chaos, so we're done with ether. We haven't really gained any skill points, but we can move around what we've got, and we can use consumables to get more skill points if we really want to. So I guess now would be the time to go and remove all of the important accessories, especially from the back party. Momo never got anything. Neither did Junior, apparently. Junior's not even wearing armor. Let's see. Okay, we'll take these off of the primary party for the time being as well, so that we can see everything in the skill menu. Now, we're going to look at level 3 skills and see if there's anything that we're really, really striving towards, because this would be the time to use some of our consumable items that give us skill points to get there. So let's take a look at what's available. Here's a bunch. So some defense upgrades. We're not going to bank on allies dying. So I don't plan on using these at all. Certainly not going to shop for any level 5 abilities. These are elemental. Beam and sword could be a thing because he's using a beam sword. So those getting reduced by 20% would be pretty spectacular, because that was a lot of damage. Most of these are status resists. We didn't see any statuses that he did, so I don't see any reason to prioritize those. I don't think he had an instant KO. That was a regular enemy that we saw that from. Again, I'm sure we haven't seen his full repertoire of attacks, so he might have some statuses in back. This is a level 4 ability. Agility +1 would definitely be a good one to go for. The counter thing could be pretty cool to go for. 10% damage reduction, certainly something worth considering. Max EP, probably not. 25% speed, we probably won't get to level 4. Double Buster, we won't get to level 4. Veil, Anti-Veil, probably won't utilize those. They're very difficult to utilize. Confusion, Stop, and then Boost +1 is also a level 4. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's a specific level 3 ability that's like, ding, 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 this is the one you need for this fight. So I think we can just kind of keep that idea in our back pocket. Let's look at what we want to set based on what we have available. Dex, Evade, Ether Attack. I think that's great for Cosmos. We technically don't need Search Eyes, but it is nice to have a way to keep track of his health. What would we don't need Slow Guard, I don't think. So maybe we can do Dex. Well, actually, she's not going to be attacking really at all, so we don't really need the Dex. So maybe we do Ether Defense. Unless she has enough... Oh yeah, we could do Physical Defense instead. I don't really know if his attacks are physical or ether. It's hard to tell. Was that like... What was that like for you when playing Wild Arms 3? Draconics, are you asking what it was like to play Wild Arms 3 without taking notes? Or... Because Wild Arms 3 was my first on-stream JRPG first playthrough, and I did not do this to the same extent that I do now. I did write down in like my yellow notepad like what to do and where to go next and like things to remember, but I didn't analyze the story in Wild Arms 3 or anything like that. I didn't start doing the Spiral Notebook like really deep analysis, like character analysis, subtext, plot analysis stuff until we did Tactics. And it didn't really happen for 10-2. There's not a whole, there's like one page of this notebook that's dedicated to 10-2, and then we're doing big righties again for Xenosaga. Okay, we'll leave that for now. I think keeping an eye on his health is actually going to be really great. For Chaos, we can get rid of the slow guard again, and then we should probably give him the Dex here and make sure that he doesn't miss anything. Automod thinks that you're saying that you hate me, Shane. You need to start working on your top 10 best and top 10 worst movies of the year. Dang, that's a lot of movies for 1 year, Blushu. Do you do that every year? Like, I would bet any amount of money that I have not seen 20 movies this year. Wow, that's impressive. There's no way I've seen 20 movies this year. Okay, I think we're good on skills. So that just leaves tech points. We already know who we're using in this fight, so we just need to make sure that we have the tech attacks that we want. And it might be worth using some tech points to upgrade these attacks rather than our stats. So let's take a look at what that would look like. X-Buster is very expensive to upgrade because it's very powerful. High-speed X-Buster would be nuts. Can you imagine doing Double Buster with the X-Buster? I wonder if they named him the same because they figured you'd want to do that. Actually, that does raise a good question. We're going to use S-Chain in this fight. So I'm trying to think if that means we want her to be the Double Buster user or if we want it to be Chaos. I think we want it to be Chaos doing the doubles. I don't think this guy is going to have a way to get rid of the status like the previous boss did, so it's probably going to be a set and forget. But we still need it to be equipped in this spot to be able to utilize it. Because the only other place we can put it is over X-Buster. And we definitely want to have X-Buster for damage later on. And we don't have enough tech points to make X-Buster a low-speed attack. But we could give ourselves some points. We're only like 150 points away. So we could make that happen fairly reasonably. You were asking that if I ever felt that when playing Wild Arms 3. Why are we doing this kind of question? I see. No, I don't. I definitely didn't. I mean, Wild Arms 3's plot has a little bit of intricacy to it, but it's pretty straightforward as far as like being easy to understand. There's a couple of like, you know, of the more like strange sci-fi moments and like finer character connection details that are maybe a little hard to understand. But I think that one's a pretty easy game to understand by just kind of playing through. It's not super focused on like a abstract thing like this is. You know, it's not like oozing with subtext and a bunch of like philosophical references and things like that. So no, I mean, also that was like 5 years ago. So maybe there were like really small moments in Wild Arms 3 where I was like, wait, why are we here? Or wait, why did this happen? Like, I'm sure there was a few moments where I asked questions like that, but definitely not in a way where like at the end of the game I was asking questions like that. Like, it's totally okay to ask those questions. I'm fine with having those questions for myself as we go along. I just want them to be answered by the end. You saw 50 movies at the movie theater this year? That is nuts, Blushu. That is so many movies. It's hard for me to imagine that 50 movies came out in movie theaters in a year. Like, that there were 50 different movies that you could go see in the context of 1 year. That's wild. That's basically one a week. I love going to the theater, but it's not something that I do very often. And it's not something that we've done since Backlog Baby. Do I dislike games when they sequel bait you? Do you mean when they end on a cliffhanger? I'm assuming that's what you mean. I don't necessarily, like, on paper dislike a cliffhanger. But it can be annoying, for sure. Sometimes cliffhangers, I guess, can feel unearned, and like they come out of nowhere. But it just depends on what it is. Like for something like this, I'm expecting it to end on a cliffhanger because this is a 3-part series. You know, I'm expecting it to set up something for the next game, so that's not going to piss me off. But if it's just like this random standalone game that doesn't have a sequel, or I don't know that there's going to be a sequel, and then it just randomly ends on a cliffhanger, I might be like, oh. But I'm not necessarily averse to it. Okay, so we were thinking about... We've already fully upgraded S-Chain, which is great, because we're getting to utilize it again. I think the best thing that we could do here is probably just upgrade the tech and the weight of X-Buster rather than try to make it a high-speed attack. I think that's a better use of our points, because this will make it more powerful. And this will decrease our wait time between uses. And then we could still give ourselves a consumable item to try to get this tech up one more level. Let's look at Shion's really quick here. We're not going to really be using any of these, so I don't think we're going to spend any tech points on these. And she has so many tech points. But I guess we should take a look. Let's take a look at this screen again, because I want to try to get a sense for which ones might be the most powerful. Seems like Lunar Blade is probably the most powerful, if I'm just like making the most uneducated guess here. So let's... Can I put that one here? No, Lunar Blade has to be near. So let me just make that my square so that I can remember. Oh, before I forget, I want to look at the modular thing for Shock Blade, because don't we have one that's good against M-types? Yeah. So both of these are special status effects that we can inflict against this boss. Armor failure and power loss. We should definitely use this. Or slow. The currently equipped one is slow. So we would have to decide which one of these we think is the most valuable. Slow, power loss, and armor failure. Let me read the descriptions for these again. I've looked at this page so many times today that I remember what number it is. So power loss is 25% less attack. Armor loss is 25% less defense. And then slow is 50% slower. I think lowering his defense... Oh, man, I see merit to all three options here. Like, lowering his defense makes my attacks do more damage. Which means I can take him out in less turns. Which means he attacks less and I take less damage. Lowering his attack, kind of the same. His attacks will do less damage to me. So it's a more like defense-friendly playstyle. But then slowing him down 50% means he takes less actions, which also means I take less damage. So like it, in a way, they're all kind of weirdly doing the same thing. But there's no way we can stack these up. We can't like mix. We can only have one of these at a time. I think the attack down matches our playstyle the most. But actually, hold on. I think actually slow might be the best, because if we're gonna also do the like boosting buffing strat on our characters, that assists that. So we're gonna give ourselves more actions by boosting, and then we're gonna give ourselves additionally more actions by slowing him down. So I think that's actually going to be the play. But we can remember that we have these if we want to go a different direction with it. Okay, so we need Shock Blade in Shion's Tech Attack arsenal. We are going to use that. And in fact, we probably should make it high speed, because this Ether Amp is sitting here and we're not going to use it. This one is a near. Okay, so let's upgrade that really quick. Let's upgrade Shock Blade to make it high speed. And let's also improve the weight to the maximum. And I guess we might as well upgrade this too, because we don't have anything else to really use these tech points on. She has so many. How high does this go? Holy crap. Holy crap, how many levels of this are there? I mean, it is a 2-digit slot, so for some reason I was expecting it to max out at like 3 or 5. Okay. So Shockblade is near, and we're going to put it right here, so we can do it on turn 1. We can make this something that we're not using. Gravity Well. And this one can be Thermal Blast. Sure. Okay, so we're perceiving Lunar Blade to be the most powerful one if we're just looking for a straight up attack, but we're going to focus on Shock Blade to inflict status without needing 6 AP. Now let's look at Chaos's tech attacks. So Chaos is going to be our double buster. Do we perceive something to be more powerful than Angel Blow? Not really. So let's just stick with what we know. Let's just... Well, hold on. Yeah, let's stick with Angel Blow. So let's decrease the weight all the way, and then maybe do 2 of these. Sure. Okay. We're about to get hit with an ad. Let me do equipment really quick. Okay, so Shion needs her Star Hat back. Or wait, no. We don't actually need Star Hat right now. I mean, we like the Star Hat for its effect. The accessory that she needs, though, is the half EP cost. Angel Ring. Where is it? Yeah. Gotta have that. Oh, yeah. I don't think it's worth giving her a second accessory instead of 4 defense points or 6 defense points. So we probably will just go Star Hat. Would be nice to give somebody this boost pack, though. Maybe that is worth it. Maybe we just go full, like, completely pivot our defensive slow walk strategy and go full glass cannon mode for this fight. And give her a boost 1 at the start of the battle so she can like immediately start boosting everybody else. Let's try it. Okay, and then Chaos needs the double buster. And then Cosmos, what does Cosmos need? We could try these. Agility +1 would be nice. Damage down 10% is great. Speed 25% is fantastic. A lot of good options here. I don't think we need any status resist though, which is phenomenal. Let's do ether attack +2. And then do we want and then probably speed. Yeah, we'll just do speed. So we're gonna try the old glass cannon approach for this fight. I'm gonna run the last ad break of the day, and we'll top off our stats, and then we'll go kind of see how this does in the fight with our last little bit of time here. I guess before I save, I will top off and everything too. So I'll just wait until we get back. Okay, see y'all in a few minutes. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! exchange winner is Pikachu.
Okay, welcome back. Pikachu takes it this time, folks. Yoshi tried to make it interesting for a second. But definitively, the win will belong to Pikachu. Really, the overall stats are more important than who wins each one. But, you know. 6-2 our score after 8 rounds. 3 more to go with this matchup before we switch. But this will be the last one we see today. Alright, the scores are updated. Let's get back over here for a little bit longer. Okay, so we need to top up our HP and EP. So let's do that. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. That's fine. Okay. So now we're topped up. So we checked everybody's equipment. We checked all the skills. We checked all the ether. We checked the tech attacks. The only thing we didn't do is look at spending tech points to improve stats. Let's see. Cosmos doesn't have a lot of tech points, so probably not a lot we can do here. We could give her 2 more ether points. We could give her one more strength point. Oh, we could do 1 more ether attack and 1 more attack. That seems like a good idea. Let's do that. So we'll do 1 there and 1 there. That works. And then Xion has a lot of points. It might actually make sense to give her more ether points, because that's primarily what she's going to be doing. Is just healing, inflicting status. So I guess the other option would be like evasion. So we can go pretty high here. We can afford to go all the way up to 48. I don't know what else to do with these tech points, so sure. Let's do it. And then Chaos. Not a whole lot Chaos can improve upon right now. He also doesn't really have any tech points to spend, so we could do a strength point or a vitality point or a dex point or an evade point. I guess we could give him a dex point. Use him or lose him? We've never lost him before, so hopefully that's not possible. Ooh. Dang, cheaty pizza for dinner? And you're letting us suggest toppings? That's exciting. One of my favorite pizza toppings is the peppercini. Pickled banana pepper. Goes great with pepperoni, goes great with chicken. I'm a big fan of chicken on pizza, but that really depends on the place. Because some places just use, like, really bad, like, you know, rubbery frozen chicken. So, you know, you don't want to get the chicken from that pizza place. But when it's good, that's one of my favorite pizza toppings. I'm a big fan of the 3-topping pizza as well. Like, I feel like once you start to get into like 4 or 5 toppings, it's just like too much, and you can't like taste them all individually. But yeah, I mean, pepperoni and sausage, that's a classic. I'm a big fan of mushroom on pizza as well. Like pepperoni, banana pepper, mushroom. That's a great pizza. Okay, let me save now. I think we're finally ready to save. I think this is going to be slot 14. Yeah. So this will be, we'll call this one Elsa point spend pre albedo. Fight. Okay. So, given that we're at like 10 minutes left of stream, I feel like it might be a bad idea to go and do like an attempt of this boss fight. Because if it goes really well and we win, we're inevitably going to be pulled into a cutscene that I'm going to need to watch and take notes on. There is also like a small chance that this is like the end of the game. Which again, please do not tell me where I am in this game. Do not give me any hints or leading statements or foreshadowing or anything like that. But it feels entirely possible that this is like the end. And I definitely want to end on time. I don't want to end up going over today. So I think maybe we just call it here for gameplay, and we can just like chat for a little bit until it's time to end. And we'll save this for next week. I'm excited though. I think this build that we put together is going to work really nicely for this fight. It seems like this fight is going to be fairly straightforward, but I'm excited to see what he throws at us. It could be like a multi-phase thing where like after a while he gets out of the eggs and is in like a, you know, human form, and none of the stuff that we are using that's good against M-types is good anymore, and then like our build doesn't work, you know, and then we have to come back here to the drawing board and like reconceptualize everything for that second phase, and then we just have to find a way to get through the first easy phase. We've definitely done fights like that before in games. So I'm excited to see what's to come. When is the next time I'll be back in the cities? Probably VGMCon. I don't foresee any time being there before VGM. I don't think so. So, not to my knowledge. It'll probably be in April when we're back up there for the con. And that even when I go up there for that, it doesn't really feel like I'm going to the cities, because I usually don't get to do anything else. Just go up there, run the event, maybe go to the soda shop. But yeah, we'll see you there for sure. What's up, Zion? How are you? Welcome in. That emote is phenomenal. My first time seeing that one before. We're just let me put on some music. It's a little eerie here, just sitting on this silent save screen. We are only 2 subs away from another Sunday bonus stream, so we'll have one of those coming at you very soon, most likely. If we hit that next week, it won't happen next week, just as a heads up, because we will be gone for the trip by that time. So we would bump that to the Sunday following the trip, or maybe the one after, depending on when we get back. I think we would be back. I think we get back on a Friday, so I think it'd be pretty reasonable for us to stream the following Sunday with a full day to recover. So just a heads up on that. But normal schedule next week. Next week is normal schedule for me. Paper Mario on Tuesday, and then more Xenosaga Thursday, Friday. The week after that, no streams. And then the week after that, we're planning to try out the new start time. I'm going to try starting streams at 3 p.m. instead of 11:30 a.m. So kind of a big change. Later in the day. Not as late in the day as I used to do, like a year ago. But it'll be different. It will affect people, I'm sure. But hopefully most of you are either unaffected or that's better for you. If it's not better for you, I apologize. But we need to find I need to find a stream time that works better for the little guy, and I think that's gonna be it. There's certainly a possibility where we try out that start time and it's not better, or we find one that's even better than that and then we change it again. But that's my best guess, and we're gonna try it once we get back from this trip. So stay tuned to Discord. I post an update every Monday to let people know what like the weekly schedule is, and that's where I like let people know about, big updates like this in case they're not on stream to hear it, because not everybody's here for the whole stream or for certain streams or that kind of thing, or I forget to say it, whatever. So I'll keep y'all posted is what I mean by that. And I will continue to remind you as often as I can remember myself. But for now, this is where I leave you. Let's find someone to raid into this evening. Beep, beep. Who is doing the thing right now? A lot of people. All right, let's raid Leandra. I don't think I've ever been able to raid Doc before, because Doc used to stream in the morning, and Doc has recently returned to streaming, and she is no longer Dr. Leandra. She is just Leandra. But we still call her Doc, those of us that knew her as Doc before. So we're going to go over here, and I'm going to turn on this music so we don't get double, and then we're going to press this button. Thank y'all for being here today. This was good. I know that this was a very like uneventful stream as far as gameplay goes. Like we did a lot of like menu, like we spent so much time in the menu today, and we spent even more time just like running away from random battles and not actually making any progress. But all in all, we did do a lot. We committed to some skills and some spends that we had been holding off on for pretty much the whole game. We stumbled upon some items that we missed and picked up some others. We finished this whole Song of Nephilim puzzle dungeon, which was actually pretty fun and satisfying despite its longevity. And big boss fight next week. All right, y'all be good. Let's go say hi to Leandra.